What's up, guys? Welcome in, welcome in. Alright. Got my favorite basketball. This thing is pretty beat up, but I love it. Pull up the chat for chatting purposes. Chatting with purposes. Everyone's got to chat with purposes. What's up, Tyler? How you doing, brother? Yes, these are indeed shoes that I'm wearing. That we wear on the feet. Hope you're having a good day, brother. Catch. Come on, catch. Ah. Don't play catch with the guy with no arms. Rarely works out how you like. Warm up with a little. Bosu ball. Ho, ho, ho. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Da 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 da. Ya dee dee da da da. Shada boo da boo da boo. Shabba doo ba doo boo doo. There we are. How's that? Boy Vic, how's everyone doing today? How is everyone doing? Thanks for joining me. Let me know if you guys have any questions about exercises or whatever. We're just going to start out nice and simple. Any of you guys watching the UFC tomorrow? Who you got, Conor or Holloway? I'm personally going Holloway just because he's been active. Conor's been off. We don't know how he's going to be after that injury. So I don't know if you guys are watching it, but it's going to be a great event. We also got England versus Norway tomorrow. So I'm looking forward to watch Holland. I didn't really watch much soccer before this World Cup, but I'm definitely looking forward to that. I was all about Team Mexico, but they have since, you know the deal. But I'm not going to lie. When I saw that Gordon guy moving, that guy was fast as fuck, boy. What's up? What's up, Aaliyah? How you doing? Welcome in. Appreciate you being here. Ugh. Oh yeah. Started out with a little stretching. We got Bob back there. You guys know the drill. You guys know the deal. Love to hear it. Love to hear it. Love to hear it, Aaliyah. You new here? We've been doing these almost every day. We took a little bit of a break. I got sick. It's your birthday. Happy birthday to Aaliyah. Shout out Aaliyah. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Everyone now. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Aaliyah. B8R50. Happy birthday to you. Aaliyah, happy birthday. Thank you so much for popping in on your special day. It's my buddy's birthday. I got two friends' birthdays this weekend. It's just your happy death day to Hamaska. Happy Death Day to Hamaska. Happy funeral anniversary day to Hamaska. Happy funeral anniversary day to Hamaska and many more. You're crying? Don't cry unless you're crying for Hamaska. We don't want that. Thank you guys for popping in on your special days. Appreciate y'all. All y'all. All right, we're going to do a few of these guys. Little Bosu ball squats. I don't know if you guys have ever tried these, but they're pretty fun. If you get a chance to get a Bosu ball, they're pretty good. They're pretty good for the moving around. Chuno. Little Napoleon Dynamite. There we go. What's Little Napoleon Dynamite? How you doing, Haya? Did I miss a Napoleon Dynamite reference? Great to see you too, my brother. This is the first day in weeks that I haven't done a daily writing stream. But I've actually been outside this entire time. I just didn't go live. I've just been out here typing away. I already hit my 2,000 words, so we'll probably continue doing that. But I realized that we always get an influx of people when we first start, but always lose them because I'm sitting there just typing away. So I figure today will be the first time that I actually start out looking at the chat. Hello guys. I love you. How are you doing? So shout out to you guys, and shout out to Roberto. We love Roberto around here. He's had some mannerisms like him about a while ago while you were singing. Oh, there we go. Well, you know, I basically learned all my mannerisms from Napoleon Dynamite. Am I right, folks? Hey, now. Come on, guys. Hey, come on, get out of here. So, I realized the Holy Trinity, the trifecta today's Haya. It is that we must study the mind, we must train the body, and we must listen to the heart. And then that which encompasses everything is the void, or antimatter, whatever you want to call it, ether, everything that connects everything. So we are just out here studying neuroplasticity with you folks. So yeah, forearms better. Again, it was kind of weird. It was like literally just like, because I was sitting there just like holding that, and I just got this weird sharp pain. That always happens to me after I shouldn't say that always happens. It's something to be aware of. But sometimes if I'm doing like heavy training, it's like I don't know. It's got to listen to those little pinges, those little pings. Those are the ones that get you. You know what I mean? Hoo-ah! Yeah, brother. The goal here is to understand the mind. If you understand the mind, if you control your thoughts, you control your actions. If you can control your actions, you control your habits. If you control your habits, well, you can control your life. Because as Aristotle once said, we are what we repeatedly do. That, therefore, excellence is not by chance, it is merely a habit. Used to get that from guitar. Yeah, I get that maybe from a backhand or elbow. Yeah, probably something. You know, it's like the other day I was feeling pretty good from training. It definitely wasn't like I don't think it was a contact thing, but yeah, I get some stuff from guitar from this finger right here. I keep looking at the wrong phone, but I have this phone right here, so I can see the other thing. But I just figured I would listen to what I wanted to do, a talking with chat type stream. So that's what we're here to do. But I figured I would just do the classic let's work out. You know what I mean? Because I do need to work out. So we're just going to do a little bit of working out here. I like these Bosu ball push-ups. Because they're good. Because it's good for you. That's what I have to say. That's what we have to say about that. Oh yeah. You know what I'm most excited right now is accumulating all the great books that I want to study. And then we got to get together and start studying them. So right now I want to do research on neuroplasticity and philosophy, particularly that of Seneca and the Roman emperor who wrote the Meditations. Who was that guy? The guy who wrote the Meditations. I want to study him. I want to study the man. How's your day going so far, buddy? Buddy, I love that I can just call you buddy. What's up, buddy? How's it going, buddy? Dude, I don't know if you were there yesterday, but those beans we made were incredible. Roberto, no! Roberto! Not your Obama Snow. Not my jabroni dragon. That's so uncool of you. I hear that and I'm like, Roberto, no! Roberto, why would you do such a thing? Human bodies are fascinating, to put it lightly, right? I know, I've always been fascinated. You know, that's why I realized I'm obsessed with this, these morning writing streams. Despite not doing it today, you know, I just, you know, things happen. I had to go down to the court, had to go do some stuff. Dude, the beans were delicious. I made bean soup, which I still have some, and it's the best, dude. And it's so simple. All you need is some onions and some beans and some water, and I added garlic, and then whatever spices you feel like adding, because I just added a little salt, pepper, some paprika, some chili powder, some sriracha, which I think was the secret sauce, and then I did some, whatchamacallit, I added cinnamon for some reason, which I've never done before, but it turned out being really good. But man, I've been farting like a demon, I'll tell you what. It's been intense, but that's what happens when you eat a ton of beans, you know? But they're good for you! So that's why we did it. You know what I mean? Come on, you guys get it. Oh yeah! Hey now, got some new folks in here. Welcome in, guys. Welcome in, guys. We're just doing a little workouts. How many of you guys watching the fights tomorrow? I want to do some UFC reactions later. Maybe watch some fights. Hiya gets it. Doing good, man. Yes. Yes. Absolutely. Who you guys got? Let me know. You guys think Holloway's going to beat McGregor or other way around? I wish I could add a little poll here. In fact, let's ask the people. Who's going to win, Holloway or McGregor? Hoo-yah. Hoo-yah. I was watching some training footage from McGregor, and it looked like he's working on setting up the takedown. I saw one little combo he was working on, which is basically, well, I guess he's typically southpaw, but he was basically like, boom, throw the cross, shoot in, and then he had some weird double arm takedown, double arm single, which is basically shoot to the moon. Which shoot to the moon is like you have the single, and then you just take the leg and you just throw it up in the air. I don't know if you guys have ever done that one, but it's a very mean takedown because the opponent has no choice but to basically flip through the air and usually falls in a bad way. Whee. 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 Bob needs some kicking. Am I right, folks? Come on now. Come on, guys. Come on, buddy. Come on, guy. Come on, buddy. Who we got here? What's up, Maxwell? How you doing? Appreciate you being in here, brother. Thank you for joining the community and being part of it. Being part of the gang. How's your day going so far? Hi, tomorrow I'm going to go meet up with Pete. So, I'm still going to stream at some point, but might have to do like the be muted on stream because out of respect to his family and him, I don't know if he necessarily wants me streaming at his place. So I'll probably still stream, but maybe we'll do some like chess or something like that, and then I could be in the chat typing with you guys. So it might be muted. Or probably what we'll do, because he wants to play video games, so we'll play PlayStation. So I'll probably just be live on PlayStation tomorrow. But I'm still gonna wake up early and doing that. Stay out of heat. Our central AC went out. Oh no, I'm so sorry to hear that. Let's see. If Holloway comes out in traditional stance, McGregor might be able to paw that glove and get a clean shot. If Holloway switches up and comes out southpaw, I think it will be easy fight for Max. I like that. I like where your head's at there. You know. What does Holloway typically fight as? Is he orthodox? I don't even know. I'm trying to think. He seems like a switch stance type fighter, but not as much as like a Dominic Cruz. I'm gonna go back and watch some good old Holloway fights. What's up, Joshua? How you doing, brother? Great to see you in here. Hoo-yah! Bow. See if you did stream away from him, just stream before or after. Well, I'm gonna be staying at his house over the weekend, so like I said, I'll probably stream while we're video gaming, but I'll probably just have it mute. You know what I mean? Will be the game plan. And then in which case, I'll be on my phone and be like, blah, 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 blah. Hello. Your birthday was yesterday. All right, everyone. Happy birthday to Joshua. Happy birthday to Joshua. Happy birthday, dear Joshua. P2M7F. Happy birthday to you. Joshua, it's your birthday, and we want to wish you happy birthday and many more. Yes. Shout out Joshua. I love when people pop in here for their birthday. I will always sing you guys a happy birthday. Except for Andrew. He's had too many happy birthday songs in the past month. He's had like 70 different birthday wishes. So if your name isn't Andrew, I'll wish you a happy birthday. How about that? Yeah, Max is cool people. We love Max. Shout out Max. No, thank you, Joshua. How you doing, brother? How's life going for you? Like I said, today is gonna be more of a chatting with stream type stream. I mean, chatting with chat, talking with chat. We're stream with the chat, and we're with the chat because the chat is here, and that's you guys. And I want to talk with you guys. So, hope you guys are good, because that's what we're here to do. Is connect with you guys. Are we long enough to get? I could get the reverse ponytail. Not gonna lie, being on camera like this turns you into a crack addict. So I see why people think I'm a crack addict, because you're just talking to yourself. You got to fill in the gaps. You sit here and you go blah 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 blah. I've not been in a stream since that month. Well, it's great to have you here. We appreciate you. We appreciate you, Joshua. Oh. Yeah, I don't know what it is, but this stream in particular is the stream that gets all the people coming through. All the people coming. So, I enjoy having you guys here. It's good. It is most good for me. Yep. All right, let me go grab some water, because I don't know how it feels. I'm losing my voice. Gotta make sure that we stay hydrated. Hell yeah. You have to go for a while. No, Max, don't leave us. We miss you already, Max. Oh, let me just do something real quick. Who goes there? Who is that? Who are you? Appreciate you, Max. Here, I gotta do this so I can. All the messages. Oh, we're back. Bam. Now, how do I, if you answer it, how do I move this? There we go. Holloway in round 3. I love it. I love it. Place your bets, folks. Place your bets. Let it be known. Holloway in round 3. There we go. Oh yeah. Hooah. Is that thing blocking the view? I guess the view is just me, so it doesn't really matter, does it? I wish there was a way to move this around, though. Have it not right in the middle of the screen. He's going McGregor. I like it. I like it. We got one McGregor. We got one Holloway. Who will win? That is the question. Place your bets here, folks. Place your bets. Taking all bets. My guess is McGregor has the best chance in round. I mean, this is pretty obvious stuff here, folks, but McGregor rounds 1 and 2 by TKO. But how often does Holloway get TKO'd, right? But that's just if we're assuming it's a classic McGregor. We really don't know what style McGregor's bringing this time. That's really a good question here. But if it goes past round 2 into rounds 3, 4, 5, I got Holloway all day. He's just too much of a pressure fighter and a volume fighter, and he just look at the Gaethje fight. He's dangerous till the very end. So my guess is Holloway by decision, or he could even get a TKO himself, because I could see McGregor kind of gassing out just based on the volume that Holloway brings. But, you know, really I'm thinking McGregor, rounds 1 and 2, KO. Well, he always has a round 1. I mean, any KO fighters, a lot of time. I mean, at least in MMA, these more explosive fighters, oftentimes go for that round 1 or 2. Oh my goodness, that's fucked up. Ain't that fucked up? But I'm still rooting. Yeah, that was a good fight. But also, what weight class are they fighting? Is this gonna be is this welterweight? Like what are they fighting at? McGregor's ballooned up and Holloway's all over the place. Fighting at 170. So they're fighting at 170 again. I give the edge to Holloway because again, a lot of times the volume striker, in theory, like if their weight class is the higher weight class, like look at Frankie Edgar, right? Isn't that his name, Frankie? Frankie Edgar. He fought, above his weight class, but because of that, he was just never tired and just had that movement. So even Josh Hokett, another classic example, he could probably fight at 205. Hell, he could even maybe make it to 185 if he tried hard enough. But when you move up to that higher weight, usually you have a little bit more, mobility and speed because you don't have to worry about cutting weight. But we also saw what happened to Chama. Why am I blanking on his name? Mr. Brazil, Mr. Amazon. And so sometimes when guys move up in weight, they're almost a little bit sluggish too. So it depends on how they're adding the weight. Baby, 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 where did our love go? All your promises, all love evermore. I got this yearning, yearning, yearning. Da 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 da. Yeah, I mean, exactly. That's the thing too. Locked in Connor is always dangerous, so I'm curious to see where he goes with that. Alex Pereira, that's right, that's right. Ooh, deep inside me, and it hurts so bad. I got this burning, yearning, yearning. Do, 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 do. Mm-mm. Your screen is cracked. Sidekicks. Yeah, my screen actually just cracked more today. Don't know how it happened, but it happened. I got this burning, yearning feeling inside me, deep inside me. Appreciate ya. I like this one. My buddy cracked my rib with that kick. No fun. Can I see a roundhouse? You could. You could see a roundhouse. Kick him in the face. Kick him right in the face. Sight. Now I'm right there with you. I'm the same way. I've been doing this stuff my whole life, and I can barely reach down to my toes. Accordingly. Bow, bow, bow. Do, 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 do. Deep inside me, and it hurts so bad. Came into my baby, so let's leave with a burning love that stings like a bee. Came into my baby, baby. Touch the toes things, right? Yeah. I honestly rarely even kick at the face unless I'm looking to get taken down. In which case, go for it. But I usually like leg kicks anyway. That's why I got Big Babo. He's still got the thighs. So you can at least hit right at the thigh area. Kick him in the hip. Oh, yeah. Da 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 da. Do da 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 da. Da da. You tell him, Josh. Roberto shall oblige. That seems like a bee came into my heart. Punchy kicky. Kicky punchy. Wham. Wham bam, thank you, ma'am. Uncle Sam has got the plan. Good to see if my homie's still alive. Right? Let's hope he's still alive. That would be most ungood. Oi, 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 oi. How long's a while? Yeah, I hope your friend's doing good. Two days. Well, yeah, you know, that's good. 2 days is better than a week, though. But yeah, if it's out of character, maybe check in on him. But depends on how close you guys are. It depends on a lot of factors, because I know I might disappear for 2 days. How long have you known this friend? Pop. There you go. Was he planning any trips? No trips. Well, does he live with family? Does he live by himself? Because if his family's not worried about him, again, he might just be doing his own thing. I gotcha. How do you guys normally talk? Video games? Text? You don't talk about his mom. Well, that's probably good not to talk about his mom. But yeah, shoot him a message, see how he's doing. But I wouldn't stress out too much unless you're legit worried something's going on. But again, you know, that's yeah. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with it, Haya. Is if he lives with family, you know, his family, if something's up, his family would likely be on it. So I just wouldn't worry yourself. You know, and then sometimes people come and go, do their own thing. You know. But yeah, I used to have friends like that where they would like literally climb. My room was on the second story. And they would like show up to my house, but I didn't feel like answering the door, and they would just like climb up my house and then start knocking on my window and try and crawling through my window. Which, you know, I appreciate it, but it's like sometimes people don't want to be bothered. You know, it might not make sense to people who like that constant contact, but sometimes people just need to kind of do their own thing for a bit and pop in. So it just depends on his personality type too. So you want to weigh in multiple factors. Yeah, if he lived by himself and you didn't hear from him, then you know that's, you know, yeah, I definitely get where you're being concerned. But if he's got his mom right there, he's, you know, not that she would necessarily reach out to you. Point being is I wouldn't you know, stress out. Nothing you can really do. All you can do is reach out and show that you care. Came into my life. With a burning love, that stings like a bee, came into my heart. Yeah, just text him. You could just say exactly what you said to us. Hey man, hope you're doing well. Haven't heard from you. You know, just want to make sure everything's okay. Um, you know, and then it's like if he doesn't respond to that, you know, he's either really busy or, you know, he'll hit you up in a few days, be like, hey man, my bad, I've been going through some stuff or whatever. You know what I mean? Yeah, no, right? Yeah, you totally get it. Yeah, they did it. You know, and I appreciate them. I appreciate the effort. But yeah, I was definitely going through a phase of like, leave me alone. But you know, it's nice to have friends who care. What up, Jaden? How you been? New volunteer thing was massively protested by locals. That's no good. I'm sorry to hear that. Locals are like, fuck your hiking! Fuck your hiking! We don't like hiking! Hell no to hiking! Amen, Haya. They issued a cease and desist? Damn. Well, that sucks, dude. I'm sorry to hear that. MB's got McGregor. Yeah, it is a bummer. That is a bummer, Jaden. I'm sorry to hear that, brother. Really interested. Now I feel like I've been grinding for nothing. No, it's not never nothing. I mean, what have you been doing for the grinding? I've been working out your body because that always helps. Have you been studying local wildlife? Because you can always leverage that into another position. You also got the knowledge that you've acquired. So what type of grinding has it been? Because I can see if it was a very specific type of thing. So you know, it sucks. I'm trying to apply a silver lining here. So maybe I'm being annoying. I don't mean that, but you know, sometimes sometimes it leads us to something better. You know, one door closes, 10 more open up, and then you're left there with indecision. Go, fuck, which door do I go through? So who knows? Roberto. Bow, 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 bow. Yeah, happy to be here. Happy to have you here, I should say. Well, I'm happy to be here too. Besides studying the trail, purchasing hiking equipment, is it too late to return any of the hiking equipment? Because that is a bummer if you bought a bunch of stuff. I remember that happened to me during COVID lockdown. I bought all this training equipment, and then and then COVID happened. I was like, well, shit. It was like boxing training equipment. So like fancy mitts for punching and stuff, and then suddenly people have to keep 6 feet distance from each other. And can just go anyway. There you go. All it takes. Only 3 in your moves, Roberto. Yeah, exactly, Josh. That's the thing. You know, it's obviously you care about him and want to hang out with him, so I'm sure he appreciates that. But people do the thing. It's illegal as fuck now, or as of now. Illegal as fuck, boy. Illegal as fuck. Oi. 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 Slap. Like a slap. I do not smoke cigarettes. I've never actually smoked cigarettes. I smoked like loose leaf tobacco that I would put in weed bowls or joints when I was younger. But then I noticed I was putting more and more of the tobacco, and because it conserves the weed, so I stopped. But I've never actually smoked a cigarette. I only did that for a short period of time, though. Jaden didn't understand part. Sorry, dude. Go hiking somewhere even cooler. So start on the 11th, but it's looking like a lost cause right now. Highest spot is my favorite on the island. Losing it as a destination sucks. Yeah, I feel ya. That's major bummer. Major bummer. Oy. Oy. What up, Zach? How you doing? Do you inhale loose leaf tobacco? Good question. Good question. Started smoking a few months ago due to depression. Well, one thing I can say is that, everyone's got to do their own thing. Lord knows I have my own vices and stuff, but smoking cigarettes due to depression, if you want someone to yell at you and encourage you to put down the cigarettes, I'm happy to do it. But if you want to just do your own thing and have me drop it, I won't say a thing either. So, no judgment. But yeah, I had a bunch of friends I had a ton of friends where they all started smoking. They would all smoke at parties, and I'd see them. I'd be like, "Since when do you smoke?" And they'd be like, "Oh, dude, I only do it at parties. It's a social thing." And then pretty soon they're all just freaking, all the time. And I'm like, this is clearly how you know I smoke cigarettes, because I do this with a cigarette. I don't even know how would you smoke a cigarette? Would it be like this? I don't even know how you pantomime a cigarette. This is definitely joint talk right here. Apparently eating a cigarette stuns parasites. Good, let's go stun some parasites and eat some cigarettes. That really does suck. I really hated cigarettes all my life. Yeah, brother. I mean that's the issue with those things. It's anything addictive, Lord knows I have experience with that. You start it, it's hard to stop. That's the only reason I've never smoked a cigarette, is just because I know how addicted they are. So I try and avoid the addictions. Because once you start, hard to stop. Damn. Apparently, speaking of parasites, apparently running rampant through the United States is a explosive diarrhea causing parasitic illness. So, shout out to the I don't know where to go from there. This just in. Frequently now my plans have devastated. Gonna head out right now, take my grandma to the movies. Hell yeah! Appreciate you, Jaden. Shout out to your grandma. What movie are you guys gonna go see? I think The Odyssey is coming out this weekend. Hold on. No, I think it's next weekend. Yeah, July 17th. Devil and Prada 2. There you go. I love that most movies are just like revamps of movies 10 years ago. My family members smoke, they are addicted. Yeah, I feel for you, MB. Yeah, I don't have any advice other than fight the power. Fight the power. We're here for you if you need it. Bam, bam. Bam, bam. Again, no judgment for all my fellow smokers out there. I know how it goes. There's a philosopher named Bertrand Russell who I think smoked until his final days, and then someone's like, "Do you find smoking, is negative for your health?" Or they said something along those lines. He's like, I believe. It's like smoking one time saved my life. And then he tells this story about how he was by the escape hatch on a plane because I guess he was in the smoking section. I don't know how it made any sense, but because he was a smoker on a plane, he was closer to the escape door, and thus he survived a plane crash. I don't even know if that's a true story, but I saw an interview with him, so that always stuck with my memory. Like, I believe smoking saved my life. Here, let me look that up. Bertrand Russell. Oh, there we go. I got the interview right there.
Self-indulgences or vices like drink and tobacco and so on. Which is your favorite one?
Oh, tobacco. I smoke a pipe all day long except when I'm eating or sleeping.
Hasn't that shortened your life?
Well, they used to say it would when I first took to it, but I took to it some 70 years ago, so it doesn't seem to have had a very great effect so far. In fact, on one occasion it saved my life. I was in an airplane, and a man was getting a seat for me, and I said, "Get me a seat in the smoking part, so if I can't smoke I shall die." And sure enough, there was an accident, a bad accident, and all the people in the non-smoking part of the plane were drowned. And the people in the smoking part jumped into the Norwegian fjord where we landed and were saved. So that I owe my life to smoking. Did you have...
There you go. You heard it here first, folks. If you smoke, you'll be able to survive in the Norwegian fjord. Alone, I'm going to bed. Appreciate you, MB. Right? I know. And it also is a little dated because I don't know if they allow you to smoke in planes anymore, but I guess it depends on the plane, right? Yeah. Yeah, I hope you feel better, my dude. Come through anytime you need to pick me up. I'll do this. Because that's definitely a cure to depression. Am I right, folks? Come on. Hey, appreciate you, brother. You have a good one. But on the real, you're awesome. And you're fucking awesome. I love you. How about that? You're beautiful. Maybe Spirit Airlines. There you go. American Spirit Airlines. Slap happy. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm not gonna hit you with the whole cliches that everyone says, it'll get better, but I don't know what you're going through. You know what I mean? But I can say that you are beautiful and you are loved and you are stronger than you realize. You know, just as the sun sets, it will rise again tomorrow. So all I can say is, like we're doing here today, getting down, you know, get outside, get some fresh air, move around, move your body. You know, and one thing that really helped me with depression was writing. You know, it sounds cliche, but writing down, you know, you might not even know what's bumming you out, but just sitting there and just writing and writing and writing, and eventually stuff starts to go on the paper. So one of the things I like doing is write shit you would never want to share with another human being. Write it down on paper, and then you could burn it. You could tear it up, you can burn it, whatever you want. But the act of writing it will almost purge it from your mind, purge it from your soul. You know, not that it won't still be there, but there's something weirdly healing about that. I don't know where I picked up that technique, but it definitely helped me. I remember just crying like a little baby, just like writing all this stuff down. So, you know, usually, I mean, some people just have it. You know, it's you know, I don't know. It's depends, but I know you gotta be careful too, because like I used to drink every day. Basically all day, every day. I used to smoke all day, every day. The marijuanas. So, you know, sometimes it's tough. It's tough, man. But sometimes you gotta just sit there and realize that you're stronger than you could ever realize. You just gotta brace for impact and realize that, you know, that which does not kill you will only make you stronger. You know. Again, not always the funnest thing to hear, but it's also like wounds, you know, and it depends on what you're going through too. Like I've lost loved ones, and they talk about like phantom limb syndrome. You know, there's some things you're just never gonna get over, but that's also the beauty of it, is that you never really do get over it, and that's part of being alive. You know, to love is to lose. You know. So they talk about like when I lost my best friend, his dad was talking about phantom limb syndrome, and it's like people who lose their arm will occasionally forget that they lost their arm, and that moment of remembering that you don't have your arm is like almost as painful as you know, as the first time you lost it, you know. So that's definitely a thing. I used to have that when I lost my mom. I would see people pull up in the same car she used to drive, and it was that moment of like, oh my gosh, my mom's here to pick me up, and then I realized, no, she's not, and then it was like this crushing feeling. But you know, the same thing with like burns. If you ever burn yourself pretty bad, that shit just like throbs all night, and it's hard to sleep, you know. But eventually, you know, you get scars, and the scars never go away. They remind you of what happened, and they tell a story. So it's not like I'm telling you to get over it or forget about it or anything like that. It's just this is all part of the beautiful process of being alive. You know what I mean? Anyways, MB, appreciate you, brother. Hope things cheer up. I hope things you know, go good. Go most good for you. So anyways, come through here if you ever need to pick me up. Can't sleep? We'll be here. Bam, bam. Damn right you would, Roberto. We'll have to get that song for you. Roberto, why? Boy. Appreciate you, MB. Yeah, again, I certainly have experience with the big D, not the one you're thinking about. I'm talking about depression. But yeah, you know, again, I can tell I can tell by your kind words too. It's like the whole Robin Williams thing. It's like we never know what people are going through, and oftentimes it's the people with the biggest smiles and the kindest people that are internally suffering the most. So I truly do feel for you, brother. And that's what I'm saying. If you ever need to pop in here and chat or whatever, we're all here for you. That's why I love this community, man. But yeah. Just know that I hope to see you in here tomorrow and, you know, whenever I see you next. And I'll say the same things I said today, which is I fucking love you, brother. You're awesome. All right. Peace out. Have a great rest of your night, dude. Love you, Haya. See, Haya gets it. You know, again, it's just like when you're going through stuff, people always want to hit you with the stuff, and it's just everyone's got canned lines, and I'm basically hitting you with canned lines, but you know, oftentimes the greatest truths are often, you know, kind of almost sound like simple cliches, and that's for a reason, you know. But getting out, surround yourself with people you love, you know, and then maybe you don't have people around you, you know, and then that can be even more painful because, you know, we're social creatures, you know. But that's also the beauty of it's a weird time we live in where everyone is more isolated than they've ever been, and yet we're more connected than we've ever been too. Like, just look at this. Hello, people. You know, I got 9 of you guys hanging out here, so shout out to you guys. Appreciate y'all. And yeah, you know, the people I connect with on this YouTube platform are some of the coolest people I have going on in my life. Shout out Haya. Shout out Moltra. Shout out Psycat. You know, so you can foster your own communities too. I've found some of my like the favorite communities were on video games randomly. You know, you remember playing Path of Titans, and we had this. It was this weird phase with Path of Titans where they were separating all the different platforms. Whereas like people who played on PlayStation were separated from the people who played on computer, and so on and so forth. So I played it on Switch at the time, so we called it Switch Purgatory or Switch Jail. So anyone who played Path of Titans on Switch was then locked into basically like I think one server. It was like maybe 1 or 2 servers, and there's only like 100 people per server. So there had to be more than that, but really it was just a small number of people. So you would log in every day and you would see the same group of people every single day. And it was only like a few weeks, but it became addictive to where, you know, we would just log in and see if you could hang out with the homies. And I remember when that ended and then they opened up the platform again. So Switch was now connected to PlayStation and the computer again. Everyone just kind of dispersed, and you'd occasionally see people again. Some of us stayed connected, but for the most part, everyone just kind of just went off their own ways. And I remember that was always like really heartbreaking because I was like, man, I really loved hanging out with those people, you know. So, and I had that on YouTube in certain YouTube chats, you know. A lot of times, if I'm taking a break from live streaming, I'll just be hanging out in other live streamers' chats, you know. Getting to know different communities. So, but that's the beauty of this. Dude, I've experienced the same exact feeling with my mom. Described it perfectly. Really is. Yeah, that was, again, I had that with my buddy's dad. I still have that to this day. Where it's like, you'll just have moments. Usually it's like recently I've been having that with... I've been dreaming like crazy because I stopped smoking. So that's like one of the main reasons I stopped smoking was to get, you know, have my dreams back, you know, start dreaming again. And one thing I've noticed is that I've been dreaming about my mom a lot lately. And it's weird because it's like in the dreams, she's just there. You know what I mean? She's like a big part of the dream, but it's not like I'm getting all emotional in the dream. It's like in the dream, I'm almost like it's like you take the people closest to you for granted. Not that I ever took my mom for granted, but it's like I wake up and it's like holy shit. But I feel so lucky that I get to experience her in my dreams these days, you know. So, but yeah, it's funny because in the dream, it's like I'm aware she's there, but I'm not like I'm not like aware that I'm dreaming, so it doesn't feel different. I don't know if that makes any sense. I don't really. It doesn't. The impact doesn't hit me until I wake up, which is weird. Weird, brother. It's weird. Weird, man. I'm gonna do a little stretching down here. Let's bring this on down. Do some stretchies. Who we got here? Who the heck we got here? What's up, Afonso? What's up? What's up? Shout out, Afonso. Welcome in, welcome in. Appreciate you being here. Uh-oh. Got too many things going on at once here. There we are. Do some stretchies. Stretchy. Your Rapidash made a level 100. How many level 100s do you have now, Roberto? Just real question. And are you actually raising these guys to a level 100? Because that's impressive. Yeah, let's close this. Oh, I can move it. What the heck? That's dope. There we go. That's much more better. Back stretch. Stretch out the back. Ooh, this always feels good. You're training them to level 100. That's very impressive. It's very impressive, Roberto. The only way I've ever trained Pokemon to level 100 without using the rare candy cheat like in Gen 1 is I think Gen 3. Gen 3 you get the two different types of bikes. So they have the mud slope hill. So I would I'm guessing it was Ruby and Sapphire that I did that in. But you would leave a Pokemon in the daycare, and then I would I had the GameCube that had the Game Boy Advanced or Game Boy add-on, so you could play Game Boy games with the GameCube, which was awesome. I need to find that disc again. It's somewhere in a box somewhere. But I would leave them in the daycare and then just take a hair tie, put it over the move up controller stick, and then have my Pokemons just infinitely run up the slope. Or have my character Ugh. World of Tanks is fun as heck. I already played it for a few hours. Time goes quick, dude. I know. See, that's my thing with that game is that I'll be on there for like 4 hours without even realizing it. So it definitely gets you. But that's cool. What's your highest tier tank? Because we could probably play together now. In fact, we should play some tomorrow when I go over to Pete's. You're training your Obama Snow? Hell yeah, Roberto. Which tanks are you grinding? Because that's the only thing. It's fun for that game in terms of the grind, but again, thing is when you play all these instruments and stuff, anytime you're like doing grinds like that, I end up feeling guilty. Oh, there we go. Stretch out the back. This feels good though. Bob, what are you looking at? What you looking at, Bob? I just asked my buddy if he had any recommendations on books on a certain subject, and he got all annoyed with me. He was just like, "Why?" He's like, "Why would you try to get a degree in this just to help with your ADHD?" And I was like, "What the fuck?" I must have misread what you said because I'm literally just asking about I'm just literally talking about readings. I'm not talking about getting a degree. And then his point was surround yourself with experts. But I'm like, that's cool in theory, but also that's the beauty of books is that you can find experts and you can just read it and have a conversation with that expert. And oftentimes the experts are learning from these same books. So the power of knowledge. But yeah, I was I responded with do you mean yeah. I'm curious. Oh yeah. But I would love to find experts. I'm actually finding experts in that field because I'm going to start doing in the fall. I'm going to be taking a course on. It's called Music and Healing. So it's the music's ability to heal the human body and in particular the brain, and music's effect on stroke patients. So that's going to be cool. I'll keep you guys posted on that. See how that goes. Ooh, hello. Oh no, I think I just broke my phone. Fuck me, man. T95E3. I think it's okay. Doesn't seem to be cracked, which is what I was worried about. It's got all chewed up on the corner though. Look at that. It got some damage. But screen seems to still be screening. It's amazing how strong these cases are. Yeah, I got a screen protector and I got the phone case. Hi, I don't know if you've followed his page yet. But shout out to this guy. I'm gonna leave his video on. Up. There we go. No, different guy. Here, I'm gonna pin his name in the chat. Oh, sorry. Hold on. I spelled it wrong. There we go. That's it. Whew. Getting a bunch of people unliking the video right now. I don't know why. Why don't you like me? Why don't you like me? What did I do? Hurt my feelings. Oh, and they're back. Appreciate you. This thing got all dirty because it's been living outside for quite some time. Oh, there we go. Oh, oh yeah. Hey, appreciate you. I know it'll mean mean a lot to him. So, thank you. Thank you, good sir. Thank you, kind sir. Oh, I finally figured out how to do it. Hold on. Hold the phone. I finally figured out how to do a proper poll. All right, new poll. New poll. Okay, we got some World Cup viewers. Who you guys got? England or Norway? It took me this long to figure out how to do a proper poll. USA all the way? Hell yeah. Hell yeah, Roberto. Is France not in it anymore? I don't even know. Who's still in the World Cup? All right, so the quarterfinal brackets is looks like France beat Morocco, and then they're gonna go against whoever wins against Spain versus Belgium, and then Norway versus England, and then Argentina versus Switzerland is both happening on Saturday. Tomorrow we have Spain versus Belgium, though. If France is in it, I think they'll take the whole thing. Hell yeah, go France. Because we are very French. We're very French around here. Bro, I literally lost my job. My former boss has been texting me today, trying to be all sweet. Apparently, she had some health issues yesterday, so that's why she was acting funny. But so I'm gonna sleep on it, see where we go from there. But what triggered the whole thing was she was talking about Cristiano and how much she loves Cristiano Ronaldo, and I was like, Messi's great. I like Messi, and she was like, no, he's not. He's a punk, and I was like, nah, he's pretty good. That's like, it just spiraled out of control from there. So I realized people take soccer they take it very seriously. People are very, we got a Connor fan in here. Shout out to you. How do you tell what level your tank is? So there's the tiers. So there's like tier 1 tank, which is what you start out as, and then you can level up to a tier 2, and then tier 3, tier 4. I think the highest level is tier 10. But that's if you're doing World War II. If you're doing Cold War, it's I don't even know. I couldn't even tell you, but it's not all the way up to 10, I don't think. I think they break it up into shorter tiers. Brother, exactly, Haya, exactly. See, that's the thing, is like I don't really have any other source of income at the moment. And she pays pretty damn well, so it's like I don't want to bite the hand that feeds me. But yeah, basically what happened yesterday was she was texting me all kinds of crazy. And my thing is like I'm not one that you can kind of like insult or talk down to. I'm gonna stand up for myself. And that has always bitten me in the butt with bosses in the past. But it's just how I operate. You're not gonna talk shit to me, and I'm gonna stand up for myself. So she was just basically like, you don't know shit, you don't know soccer, you don't know anything about soccer. I was like, I played a fair amount of soccer, and then she was like, I know more about soccer than you do. And I was like, cool, but you can't say I don't know about soccer because I've played many, many, many games of soccer in my life. Doesn't mean I don't prefer martial arts, but, I freaking ref soccer as a kid. That was one of my first jobs, was like, literally just a sideline ref. Who did the ball go out on, So I was like, I just basically stood up for myself, and then it just went fucking south, and but that's always happened to me with bosses, is they think they can kind of talk to you a certain way, and then I was supposed to go to work, and then I called her because she sent me this like wall of text first thing in the morning. So I texted her. I was like, "Do you want me to come in? Like, are we good? Like, what's going on?" And she was just like, why wouldn't you come in? Blah, blah, blah. I was like, hey, I'm just saying, like, and then she was just like, kind of like yelling at me over the phone. And I was like, look, I think maybe we should, kind of put a little pause on this, and maybe take a breather today, because what I didn't want to have happen is me drive all the way over there and have her just scream at me and blow up, and then have it all blow in my face. So I was like, let's just both, just take a day. And she was like, how about I just never see you again, kind of thing, like that kind of attitude. And I was just like, cool. So anyways, but it was all just from talking about soccer. One is gold. One of them says 1, but it's gold, says elite next to my XP. Yeah, so if you have one in gold, that means that you have an elite tank. An elite tank gives you basically, if you buy, I don't really know enough about it, but I believe it's like if you buy whatchamacallit, the battle pass type deal on World of Tanks, you get elite XP. So you just get like boosted XP, boosted silver, all this stuff. Everything's boosted, so it makes more sense to have the battle pass. So they set up the game such that you're encouraged to purchase the battle pass, which I never do. But if you have an elite tank, which is the ones with the gold name, then you will get the stat boost or experience boost as if you had the battle pass. I believe that's how it works. Synth Wizard. I'm too poor for that game. Yeah, I'm going over to my buddy's house to watch it. Are you talking about World of Tanks? My bad. I thought you were talking about the World Cup. Yeah, Synth, I'm with you too. I don't have the battle pass. So that's kind of the reason I don't really like that game too much, is that every time I play, like you have to be doing like really, you have to do pretty good in the match for you to get any silver. Otherwise, because every game you play in that, it's like you have to spend a certain amount of silver to like repair your tank after you get blown up and all this stuff. So it doesn't matter so much in the earlier tiers, but as you get like later, like tier 6, tier 7, if you don't like kill a few other tanks, you basically like lose silver. And I hate that. I hate that it's like you play and then you're like lower than you were before you played. And so for me, it's always just like this, like rubbing salt in the wounds of like, oh yeah, you suck at this game. So I end up just like kind of rage quitting off of that alone. But again, they're just trying to get you to spend money. That's all it is. They just want you to spend money on the freaking Elite Battle Pass. So, is what it is. You know. But you guys know the deal. No, they give you elite tanks just for like playing and random prizes. I don't really know. I don't know. I'm gonna stop trying to explain it because I don't really know. Pete got me into the game. I just play it because Pete plays it. There's been phases like there's a version that's on your phone called World of Tanks Blitz. I played that pretty obsessively. I played that more than I play the other ones, but they're all good. You know how it goes. I haven't lost a match yet. Even had some MVPs and a bunch of most kills in the game. I'm probably still facing noobs and AI. Hell yeah! No, that's really good. Yeah, I don't know the deal with bot games, but good for you. If you're getting MVPs that early on, that just means that you've got some good experience on Vigigaming, on the Vigigames. You always play the most interesting games. Appreciate you, Synth. Yeah, I don't know. I get bored with games a lot of times, so I like to mix things up. But I'm glad you vibe with them. Played a fair amount of shooters. You like the dinosaur one? Synth, did I get you on the dinosaur game? I think that one might cost. It's free if you play it on your phone, so you can download it on your phone. We can play together on that. I'm pretty sure we could play together. I'm pretty sure there's crossplay. You might be able to like turn off crossplay as an option, but I'm pretty sure. Yeah, you can definitely play together. So if you ever want to play as a dino, I would love to play that. That's the game that really hooks me in, dude. I'll get lost in that game. See, that game's dangerous for me because I think it's like every 3.5 hours the servers reset. And I get so addicted. What happens is like most people when they play it, like once the servers reset, everyone's just like, hey guys, all right, servers are going down. I'll see you guys tomorrow. That's a good time to quit. What I do as soon as the server resets, I then log in on the like reset server. So I get another 3.5 hours. It's really good. So there's that. Well, hold on. Yeah, the dinosaur one looks. I've never seen it. It is on PS5, Haya. If you buy it on PS5, I think it's $30. I could be wrong. There might be sales. It's not on Steam though. You got to go through their website, which is like Alderaan Games or something. So, but just so you guys are aware, there's Path of Titans, which is the one that I play, and then there's also another one called The Isle, which is a lot of times when you see the Dino games online, most people I think play The Isle. I've never played The Isle. It looks really fun. So I just want to mention that in case you guys are like exploring the Dino games, because I know The Isle is supposed to be super popular. But yeah, I think there's like 3 big Dino games, to be honest. But I can't remember the other one. But yeah, I like Path of Titans. They've been adding more dinos. They keep like boosting the game. The thing with Path of Titans that I like is that The devs are always, improving the game. They're always making tweaks and changes, so it's always kind of changing, which actually is why I took a break because, one of the things I loved most about the game was there was this one little area where everyone would it was called the crater, and it was supposed to be like this big crater where a meteor had hit, and it was just this big area where everyone would gather. Hey, what's up, Clyde? How you doing? Max Holloway? Hell yeah. All right, we got another Max Holloway vote. But yeah, $30 on PS5. I think if you buy it, you get access to more dinos. If you, I think you get all the dinos. But if you just get it on your phone, I think you have to pick one dino or something, and then you can unlock them or buy them, or I don't know how it works. Again, I have it on. I just have it on. I have it on my Switch. I bought the game twice, so that shows how obsessed I am. I bought the game on my Switch, and then I also bought the game on my PlayStation, and then I also have it on my phone. I don't currently have it on my phone to save for space. I don't think I do. Yeah, no, I deleted it. I deleted most of the games on my phone, but except for Pokemon Unite. Pokemon Unite, and then I also have the emulator. So those are the ones to go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go again. All right, at some point, I'm going to have to go make some beans or something because I'm kind of getting hungry. But we're going to still hang out here and keep the party rolling. But yeah, no, it'd be cool. It'll be dope because that's a game that I've never really played with people. But that's the dream. I think why the Isle might be cool is I think the Isle might have proximity chat. At least that's how it is in some of the videos I see online. Is people just walk up to dinos and they'll be like, hello there, hello, and you can talk to other people like that. Whereas Path of Titans, I think Path of Titans is trying to be a little bit more realistic, So some people get all bent out of shape. Some people call it I think they call it mix packing. Or mix packs, which is basically if you're a carnivore, you're supposed to hang out with other carnivores, and if you're herbivore, you're supposed to hang out with other herbivores. But a lot of players are just nah, screw you. These are my homies, and I feel like playing herbivore, and they're carnivores, so whatever. So then you get these packs of you'll get some Triceratops and a T-Rex or something hanging out, and people are like, that's not realistic, and it's bro, it's a fucking video game. Chill out. But you can do I usually do the official servers, but some people do mod servers. And the mod servers are crazy, because once you get in the mod servers, they have just almost limitless mod dinos too. So you'll have, again, you could set specific parameters no mix packing, none of that. Or you can have a mod server where it's you could play as an ancient hippopotamus. Or one of my favorite dinos is I think called a Comptosaurus or something, but it's this tiny little lizard dino, and it's basically will get stepped on by anything, but it also has a pretty powerful bite. So I love doing mods playing as that guy, because you're just running around, you're just a little flea, and you can literally kill giant dinos by just chomping on them and running around. You just can't get stepped on. Clyde, just curious, what did you mean by "Here We Go Again"? I just took it as that one song. Here we go, here we go, here we go again. Yeah, here we go again. Yeah, here we go again. Yeah, here we go. Oh yeah, Max and Connor too. Shout out to Max and Connor too. Kick him right in the belly. Oh, I ask you questions? What question did I ask you? Did I say how you doing? Bam. Yeah, you're in the question vault right now. It's quiz time. Quiz time with Clyde Handsome. So Clyde, if a Norwegian swallow We're flying at top velocity to North Africa. You know, Haya's just saying what's up. Bam, 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 bam. We're all homies here. Unpin. Get rid of that. Doosh, doosh, doosh. Boom. Boom. Clyde, what's your bench PR? Clyde, what's the square root of 7? Clyde, where do babies come from? Clyde, why do bees pollinate flowers? Guess. 7. I'm gonna guess your bench PR is 7. What's my favorite dinosaur? Good question. Good question. That is a very good question. The what is it called? I have to look up the name. Whatever the helmet dino's called. What's the helmet dino? Pachycephalosaurus. I like Pachycephalosaurus. Yeah, no one ask any questions to Clyde. I know you were asking me, but I love Brachiosaurus. Hell yeah, Brachiosaurus is dope. I think you can play. I think it's called an Anodontosaurus. If you played, we could play that together. Anodontosaurus. No, okay. I always love these guys too. The Ankylosaurus. I love those guys. Apparently, I like a lot of herbivores. So I like the. I already forgot what Rhamphecephalosaurus. Pachycephalosaur. I always love these guys. These are the goats. These are the goats of the dino world. I like turtles. Haya is definitely not a bot. Haya is a homie. I don't know why you're going after Haya. Perfect timing. There we go. Favorite is the T-Rex. Hell yeah, Roberto, we gotta get you on. Path of Titans. That would be dope. I like how you said that. You followed up, but I like turtles. You can play as a T-Rex too. Oh, I like Spinosaurus. Spinosaurus is too. But I hate what modern scientists have done to Spinosaurus. Because look at, hold on, Spinosaurus. Like, Spinosaurus is undoubtedly dope, right? You know? Love me some Spinosaurus. But now, modern model. Let's see. I guess they don't have it. I saw someone, they were trying to say that Spinosaurus might have looked like a freaking, walrus, basically. I come from France, Clyde. Why are you asking me these questions, Clyde? Why are you asking me that? That's none of your business, Clyde. Mind your own damn business, Clyde. Come on, Clyde. That's personal. So this is what some scientists are saying the modern Spinosaurus looks like. And I'm like, how dare you do that to my lovely Spinosaurus? Bam. We come from France. We come from France. That's my answer anytime people ask. We come from France. Bam. 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 Oi, oi. Oh. Oof. 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 Punchies. Nope, I do not remember. I'm guessing you come from Belgium. This guy seems like a real dude from Belgium. Am I right, folks? Hey now. He's from Arkansas. We got Arkansas in the house. Yeah. No, I did not remember that. Shout out to Arkansas. You know what they have in Arkansas? That guy. Arkansas. You like country music? Who's your favorite country singer? I like Randy Travis. I'm gonna love you forever, forever and ever, amen. Only Morgan Whalen. There you go. That's a good choice. Always appreciate how it's spelled. There you go. You're a diehard Morgan Whalen. Synth Wizard. See, this is why we're homies, right? Randy Travis is actually like what got me. I mean, I'm sure there was other country singers that I liked before. I've worked a bunch of events where I worked a bunch of weddings where they wanted like nothing but country, and so I remember the song that I started just playing at pretty much a lot of weddings though is I'm gonna love you forever, forever and ever, amen. As long as old men sit and talk about the weather, as long as old women sit and talk about old men. Waylon Jennings. Morgan Wallen. Oh, I gotcha. Ooh. Guys hear that? See if we can summon some coyotes. Might get attacked by a coyote. Did you sense? Nice. Do you listen to Indian pop music? Do you listen to Japanese classical? Tame Impala, Morgan Wallen, Malcolm Todd, Drake, A$AP Rocky. What about Chinese dubstep? Do you listen to that? What about... Let's think of some more things. Synth, hit him with one. What about acid jazz? Do you like acid jazz? What about industrial train sounds? Mozambique, there you go. Does anyone remember Mike Tyson's old walkout music? He would literally just have the sound. It was like a drone, and then the sounds of like chains. You listen to horrorcore? Yeah. Do you listen to the band The Necrophiliacs? Do you listen to the band? Let's see what's hold on. I used to. Do you listen to the Crucifix? That was actually I used to have their album when I was a kid. The Crucifix. I estimated your worth today. I'm not gonna listen to what you say. Not my boss. You're just a fucking jerk. You're pathetic. I estimated your worth in your shit. That's actually how the song goes. You should look it up. Oh, the song is called Go Bankrupt and Die. I estimated your worth today. I'm not gonna listen to what you say. I'm never gonna go back to work. You're not my boss. He's a fucking jerk. You're pathetic. You're disgusting. You're pathetic. You make me sick. I estimated your worth today. You're shit. We started a band with you on drums, Kevin Hart on vocals. Yeah, but it has to be horrorcore. I only play in horrorcore bands these days. Cyclone by Baby Bash. Listen to Baby Bash. There you go. Shout out Roberto. I love it. Sugar, how you get so fly. Why, it always gets me at Roberto. Right? No, that's Roberto's jam. He specifically asked me to learn how to play that song, so we have to learn it. It's your favorite Myco Glitch Poppy. No, I always get that with people. They're just like, I like all types of music. I'm like, do you now? You know? How many subgenres of house music do you specifically listen to? No, you're good. No, you're good. I've clearly already hit you with much weirder songs than anything you've recommended. Crucifix is definitely weird. One of the first albums I got, well, the first album I got was Rob Zombie, Past, Present, Future, and then like maybe the same day was Paranoid by Black Sabbath. But what turned me on to Rob Zombie was I had Matrix Reloaded on DVD, and it came with like a dual like DVD CD set or something, and it had Rob Zombie on it. I think just Dragula or something like that, and then it had Marilyn Manson. So I was like into Marilyn Manson for a minute, but just off of that, I don't think I ever bought one of his albums, but it had that babble, babble, bitch, bitch, rebel, rebel, party, party, sex, 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 and don't forget the violence, blah, 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 with your lovey-dovey title on it, take it super so good, and everybody sing along. Babble, babble, bitch, bitch, rebel, rebel, party, party, sex, 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 and don't forget the violence, blah, 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 with your lovey-dovey title on it, take it so good. Everybody sing, are you motherfucking ready for the new shit? Stand up and play, tomorrow's never coming. This is the new shit. Stand up and pledge. Do we get it? No. Do we want it? Yeah. This is the new shit. Stand up and pledge. Well, you gotta listen to that song, the new shit. Babble, babble, bitch, bitch, rebel, rebel, potty, potty. That one, and then he does that good cover. I can't even think of what it's called. He does some good covers. I know. That's what I was gonna say. Hi, Marilyn Manson's one of those guys where it's all a shtick to get attention, and it certainly works. But all you got to do is sit and listen to him in an interview, and you realize he's not what you think he is. Gotta go. Be back soon. Sounds good, Clyde. While you're gone, go listen to some Marilyn Manson. I was like John Five, his guitarist, or his old guitarist. Ugh. Do we get it? No! Do we want it? Yeah! Bow, 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 bow. Who we got here? What's up, Max? My friend Kevin is best friends with me. Is he actually? That's dope. Shout out to Kevin. Do you have any good Manson stories? Oy, forehead punch. That's smart. That's always smart. Punch someone right in the forehead. I've met him several times. Have you really? That's awesome. That's dope, dude. How is he in person? Is he a cool dude? This is the new shit. Stand up and pledge. Trent Reznor? Damn, that's awesome. Everything's awesome. Everything is awesome. Trent Reznor. Mr. Trent. Hello, Mr. Trent. How are you today? Whew. My name is Trent Reznors. Animal, nice. All right. Oh, I meant to buy pistachios earlier. Dang it. Oh well. Oh, the Wells. Oi. Wabba, wabba. Oh, you better not, Roberto. You better not, Roberto. That'd be super uncool of you. You're over here trying to have a nice time, and you're over here trying to take us all out with your Obama snow. Super uncool, Roberto. Come on, man. Come on, man. What the heck, Roberto? Ugh. Time to do the old rollout. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, fuck yeah. Oh yeah. Oh. Oh. Oh, goodness gracious. You ever crack your back and you feel like mushrooms for a second? That just happened to me. I was like, whoa. This is the new shit. Stand up and flash. Do we got it? No. Just to know I have my Obama suit. There you go. Synth Wizards on it. Do you hear Josh Hokett is moving down weight classes? I heard Gable mention in his media scrum. Well, good for him. I mean, here's the thing, too. Like, I don't know. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, you know. If he wants to stay at heavyweight, he can stay at heavyweight because he's clearly got something going on for him. But also, you know, let's see how that works against someone like Volkov, you know, who's got the reach. You know, because I didn't watch his fight against Curtis Blades, but I really want to see that fight. That looks like a good one. He's small for the top 5. Exactly. No, I mean, he definitely is. So, you know, it's just more how committed he is to that. But, yeah, he definitely seems like he could drop down. Stand up and pledge. Do we get it? No. Do we want it? Yeah. Exactly. That's the thing is like the 230 range is kind of like elite heavyweight. But again, like just think about what a massive jump that is. It's like they really just need more divisions in there. They need to have like a 225 division, even like a 245 division or something. Because yeah, your 230 pounders is just a world of difference from the 265. Because then you get guys like Ngannou, or I think even Brock Lesnar, probably even Derek Lewis, but the guys who actually have to cut down to 265. So I mean, in certain organizations they have the super heavyweights, which are like the 300 pounders. But you know, old school UFC, they had the 600-pound sumo wrestler versus the 220 guy who just beat the shit out of the sumo wrestlers. That's a lot of times what happens when they do those freak matchups is speed kills, you know. So they have the like Pride FC used to do that all the time. They'd have a 7-foot tall giant who was just kind of just hired to be there because he's a giant, and then he would go against like a 185er, and the 185er would just like freaking, you know, get him on the ground and then soccer kick him. It was always kind of sad to see, honestly. The super heavy, there's some really good big dudes. Yeah, exactly. It's my back roller kung fu. Ooh, could be a drum. It's a surprisingly good drum sound. I cannot. I mean, if you want to see me die, we could try it. But no, I've never done a backflip or a front flip. Phew. I used to do it on the yoga ball. That's about as close as I ever got. Do a back roll. There. We'll pretend that was a flip. Greeny! I dig whatever this is. I dig you. How you doing, Greeny? Doesn't this sound like a good drum? Ooh, the owls are out now. Wait. Sorry, she said shy, so I thought Shiny Psycat or Shiny Moltres were here. I was like, what? See, now we have another Shield and Hiya buddy. It's been hot here. Yeah, same. Heat wave in France. Am I right, folks? Comments again. Chat's been mean to a mofo. Have a friend in chat. Comments again. Well, we always have Synth here too. Synth is a homie. I don't know if you've gotten to know Synth yet, but Synth is awesome. And we all love Roberto, am I right? But yeah, Greeny's awesome. Greeny is nothing but good vibes. We love Greeny. Shout out Greeny. I call PNW Greens Greeny. I don't know why I came up with that, but it stuck. I think I'm the only one who calls you Greeny. You're one of the few people I actually gave a nickname to. I think it's just because PNW is like, it's a lot of syllables. PNW. Or It's Greeny. But you know, I can call you whatever you want. Some people though, they always hit me with just like, call me Jeffrey, and their name is like Excelsior 72, and I'm like, I'm not gonna remember that, Jeff. I'm just not. There's a handful of people I do remember. There's this one dude who freaking I find his video again, but he made a drawing of me live on stream while I was just chilling there. So I wish that guy would come again. That guy's got a different name that everyone always remembers. Yeah, I don't know why Clyde felt the need to go after you, Haya. I was like, what the fuck, Clyde? Clyde, you are barking up the wrong tree here, buddy. You're about to get stepped on. Like, the big old freaking Monty Python foot just comes down. Yeah, send this dope, but here for you. Don't talk to me much. I never take it personal when people don't respond. I don't expect people to pay attention to me at all. Yes, it's well. You know what's funny about that? The more you're here, Haya, never take it personally. But the more you're here, I used to have that all the time. Is that people literally would turn into my chat for the most of the time I've been streaming. Like, it's only until recently, like as soon as I made again, Moltres and Psycat, they got their own schedules going on, so shout out Moltres and Psycat. But as soon as like the chats kind of started popping off, Psycat's always here. Moltres has been having, I think, issues sleeping, so that's why we haven't been seeing Moltres as much lately. But anyways, point being is that like a good 4 or 5 years, like 4-year stretch of me live streaming was people just popping in, being like, "Where's Moltres? Where's Psycat? Where the shinies at?" And I was like, I don't know. Good question. You know, and they're like, all right, I'm going to be back later, and hopefully Moltres and Psycat are here. And then they just leave. And I was like, okay, goodbye. I was like literally going live so people could chat with Moltres and Psycat, you know. So it happens. But here's the other thing, too. What I've noticed is that as soon as I made, because I only did it recently, but as soon as I made Moltres and Psycat mods or whatever, as soon as they had that little blue shield, like people get really bent out of shape with blue shield. It's really funny. It's weird, you know. They're just like they're like, no. They're like, why aren't I mod? Make me mod. And I'm like, it's not what I intended here. It's not why we did that. So anyways, yeah, more that happens. It's fuck understandable for people to ask about them. Yeah, no, they are definitely cool people. We all love Moltres and Psycat. I literally wouldn't be streaming if it weren't for those guys. When I first started streaming, like I said, I was just doing live streams because it was a way to save memory on my phone, and then whatchamacallit. One day I got raided by this other live streamer, and then that's where Psycat and Moltres popped in, and then I got like trolled hard by a dude who was like in that community. In fact, you know, there was a handful of people in that community who were kind of trolling me, and so that's why I kind of broke off. But we got Psycat and Moltres, so you know, I'm forever grateful to that guy for raiding me. But yeah, it was nothing against that guy. That guy's awesome. But yeah, that's why I kind of just stopped talking about it. But yeah, there was one day where this one guy was like just trolling hardcore, and then anyways, I won't go into the exact details because I don't want to bring that bad juju back on me. But basically, I had like a mental breakdown on stream, and I think Moltres like stood up for me or something like that, and then he used to be a mod on the other guy's streams, and then because I think I don't even know what happened. Honestly, I don't even know what happened because I kind of just had like a mental breakdown that night. And then what's up, Rand? My wig's on crooked. Is this better? There you go, just for you. But yeah, anyways, Moltres was like sticking up for me, and then he got like unmodded by that guy. And then I don't know if he got banned or what happened, but then because Psycat, like guilty by association, got banned as well or unmodded. I don't even know what happened, but then they basically just started hanging out with me. And I was like, hell yeah. Shout out to you guys. I don't even know what happened that night, but shit just hit the fan. Everyone was fighting. But that's how it is in some communities. Some communities is just people just feed off drama, you know? So I've never been into that. I get a lot of people who get bent out of shape over my wigs, my choice of wigs. Is this better for you, Rand? Is that good? Do you like that look? I think that's a good look. How about this? Let's switch it up. Actually, it kind of looks like I feel like Robin Hood. I don't know why. Feel bad now. Sorry if I don't take some of your chats. Hi, you're chill as fuck. No, that's again. I didn't mean anything between you guys. But that's why when Haya was mentioning that, I was like, we got Synth. Synth is dope as hell. Synth's the man. He's the wizard of synth. That's a crazy entrance for the shinies. Right? I got a 3D XL for my birthday. Shout out Andrew. Happy birthday, Andrew. But you're not going to get a song out of me. How many votes? We got 6 votes. That's cool. We got 2 and 2 and 2. That's most excellent, you guys. Hoo-yah. Never feel bad, Synth. Appreciate you saying my dude. I think you're chill as fuck too. Yeah, exactly. We're uniting the homies. But yeah, this is what I always like doing. Like shout out Greenie because she held down the fort. The only reason I haven't done the I'm gonna sit on this guy. The only reason I haven't done the all night Brawlhalla stream is because I felt bad because it was basically Greenie just holding down the fort. Which again, if she's cool hanging out, I'm always down to have her there. But I felt bad because you know, like Psycat and Moltres used to do that for me. If I was just streaming, and I was gonna just like pass out, they would like pass out and just like leave my stream up on one of their computers or monitors, such that I would get the watch hours. So I was like, you guys are fucking awesome. But I would never ask anyone to do that, even though they just kind of did that on their own. But then one time when I woke up and I saw that Greenie was basically like holding down the fort in the chat. And I was like, I don't want people to feel obligated to do that. So I stopped doing the all-night streams. But I kind of want to do them again because, again, I do enjoy waking up to just a wall of chat. But the only issue with those is that when I do those all-night streams, I literally stream 24/7 because I wake up and immediately jump into that. No, I appreciate you, Greenie. I appreciate you. No, but I remember that's why I felt bad because I was like, oh, I hope she didn't feel like I like gave her like a. Anyways, I overthink stuff, so that's on me. That's on me. But Greenie's fucking awesome. But yeah, I just remember I was reading through the chat and it was just Greenie just like holding down the fort, being like super nice to people, welcoming them in, and just doing the thing. So we love Greenie. Greenie's awesome. So love you, Greenie. Always love seeing you in here. I want to give everyone a shield now. Everyone gets a shield. You get a shield, and you get a shield. Mr. Funkadelic, I'm better now that you are. We got Mr. Funkadelic here. What's up, Funkadelic? That is a great name. Who's your favorite Funktacular Funkadelics? Was Funkadelic an album? What was the band that did Maggot Brain? What's that? That's you get a shield and you get a shield. Yeah, the only I remember I gave this one guy a shield. See, the thing is, it's like in the past I've given people shields and then I've taken it away, and then what happens is when you take it away, they never come back. They take it very personally. And I was just like, oh man, that sucks. That's why for the longest time it was just, for the longest time I didn't have any mods. But then I realized we kind of need mods. You know what I mean? See, Greenie gets it. No, we got the homies here. I have Funkadelic on fire. See, there we go. That's why I knew it. Mr. Funkadelic. Connections and disconnections. I love it. Synth, I gotta get another record player. because I got a pretty dope vinyl collection. So I love listening to vinyl. What I love about vinyl is it's similar to CDs where you just end up listening to the whole thing through, but way more on vinyl. Mr. Funkadelic is fun, awesome name. I could never be that cool. Yeah, we would only pray to be that cool. Very rarely do people pop in the chat. Like Synth Wizard's a name like that. Hiya Buddy is definitely a name. But it's definitely a name. Like the Synth Wizard is a great one. But yeah, Mr. Funkadelic is definitely a standout. I used to be confused if it was hiya buddy, like hiya buddy, or if it was hiya buddy. I would say both. Something about the sound of vinyl. Dude, I love vinyl. See, the only reason I used to have like one of those really cheap Crossrock vinyl. I think it was maybe Crossrock's not the right name, but I was worried that it was like scratching up my vinyl because I have my mom's old vinyl collection, so I want to take care of it. But as a result, I haven't bought a new vinyl record player. I actually have a record player. I just need a new needle, so I gotta just do that stuff. You love cassettes? That's dope. That's what I grew up on. I remember one of the first cassettes I listened to was my uncle's. I think he had Queen on cassette. And I remember just being confused. I was just like, "You listen to Queen?" And I had no idea who the band was, but it was just like I'm just like a young boy thinking like, "Why are you listening to Queen?" You know? And then they were just the best. I was like, "What is this?" Buddy, oh boy, make a big noise playing in the street. Gonna be a big man someday. Collecting records is a favorite hobby of mine. Same here, Greenie. I used to go to this one vinyl shop, and they had like underneath all the records, they had this like bottom shelf where they just had little crates of quarter. It cost $0.25 per record. And I would just clean house. I would leave with a stack, and I spent like $22 and just leave with a giant stack of records. And yeah, they probably stopped doing that as a result. But they had gems there. You know, another place you get a lot of good records is spots like Goodwill or things like that. You know, they always have good records. I miss taking pencils and rewinding the cassette. Right? Yeah, Greenie gets it. See, you guys are my people. These youngins don't get it. Hey, back in my day, we have to use a pencil to rewind our MP3 players. 88 records. Yeah, man. See, you can do the math. Yeah, no, I have a ton of records. I have a lot. It is locked to core memory, right? I know, Greenie. Buddy, oh boy, making big. I might have bought, since now that you're mentioning it, I probably bought a couple other like $2, $5 records in there too, because I doubt I left with 88 records, but I left with a giant stack of records. It was so many that I think I either needed a box or it was like so many that just trying to carry them straight out like that, I was risking like snapping the bottom ones in half. So it was definitely a lot though. But I liked how Synth just like hit me with the math. He was like, "Hold on, your math is not quite mathing." But I have shelves of records and boxes that aren't on the shelves. So one of my favorite records I actually have is it's not a classic. Well, actually, my favorite ones are I have Tommy by The Who. I also have Quadrophenia. I love listening to that one. I got a ton of oldies, you know, ton of old Motown and stuff. Another good one is listening to freaking like Beethoven and Mozart on record is just weirdly satisfying. And then I have one of his like symphony collections on there. And then what was another one? Oh, the one that I bought. This thing was like $30. This is probably the most expensive record I ever bought. But it was Wu-Tang Clan Enter 36 Chambers. That was actually one of my favorite records that I got. I remember holidays having a movie play in the kitchen when my grandma was cooking. I've been waiting to get a small TV with a VHS to have in the kitchen while I work. That would be dope. Let me know if you find a spot to buy those. That's what I grew up on. Was those tiny little, what are like 12-inch TVs with the VHS player. I had one of those as a kid. I also had one that had a DVD player. Like I have to like hand sign the DVD player, so you know it's smaller than the VHS player, DVD player. My favorite are Chet Baker hits, Townes Van Zandt, Patsy Cline. There you go. I thought you were gonna say Chet Atkins, which reminded me of whatever guitarist, the guy who did the song Guitar Man, Jerry Reed. I have some Jerry Reed records. I love Jerry Reed. He's kind of a country dude, but he's more of a guitar picker, so I don't even consider him country, even though he kind of is. Amos Moses. Yeah, I guess he's kind of country. He's country enough that he'd probably be upset if I didn't call him country. I do love Waylon Jennings. Someone talked about him earlier. Give me him. Oh, do you actually? That's dope. I remember there was this, what was it, Jeff Foxworthy had that, yeah. If you got a burning band on a Brady band, you might be a redneck. You know, I grew up on those, the white collar, the blue collar comedy tour, or whatever it was called. Larry the Cable Guy, Ron White, blanking on the other guy. But I loved all those guys. But I remember as a kid listening to or watching it on TV, and it was Jeff Foxworthy going like, if your TV breaks down, and rather than throwing it out, you just stack your new TV on top of it, you might be a redneck. And then I look over and I see that our current TV is sitting on top of our old broken TV. And I'm like looking at it. I look at my dad and I look at it and I look at my dad and he goes, yes, son. Yes, we are. And I was like, damn. What a way to find out. If it would fit in a mailbox, I would literally give you one, no problem, right? Yeah, I don't know how much that would cost to ship. It probably costs more than it's worth just to send it. Those old TVs are heavy. I still have my old Zenith. Bam. As long as old men sit and talk about the weather, long as old women sit and talk about old men, no, always be faithful. Oi, oi, oi. Got heavily bullied as a kid because I'm a mutt. Same. I was just talking about that, Greenie. My music taste and interests are eclectic. Same. Yeah, that's why I got into my field of work, because I've always just loved one-hit wonders. So I grew up on everything. One of my first albums was Weird Al Yankovic. I love Dr. Demento. Again, I pretty much just love any and all one-hit wonders, which means you like a very wide array of sounds. But that just means you got great taste, and that's also why you're a musician, right? So, yeah, I was just talking to my friend about that, because she was like, you're Mexican. And I was like, I appreciate that, but it's like, my whole life, it's like, because I don't even know, I haven't done a DNA test, but basically half German, and then the other half is Japanese, and either the other quarter is either Mexican or Basque, and I don't know, because my grandpa was very racist. So I don't know. Like my aunt, I got in an argument with my aunt because she was like, she said something kind of racist about Salma Hayek one time, and I was like, what the fuck, aren't we Mexican? She goes, no, we're European, we're Basque. And I was like, my mom always told me we were Mexican. She was just like, no, we're European. And I was just like, what? And then I kind of dropped the conversation because my mom was the older sister, so I kind of like trusted her on that. but also I was just like, who am I to tell this lady what race she is? You know, talking about my aunt. So I was just like, all right, I'm just gonna drop it. So yeah, but for sure part Japanese. So that was because my mom, my aunt, my uncle, my uncle were born in Japan, and my mom lived in Japan when she was a kid. I think up until she was like 5 or 6 or something like that, maybe older. I don't even know. But my mom was always just like, anytime I'd have to do a book report as a kid, it was always be on some aspect of Japan. Shout out Braden. How you doing, Braden? What's up, brother? Shout out to you. My kid's anthem is Eat It by Weird Al. There you go. Eat it, eat it. No one wants to be defeated. Well, actually, I don't know the rest of the lyrics of Eat It. But yes, I love that. Yeah, Running with Scissors was one of my first albums I ever got. But anyways, Greenie, shout out to the fellow mutts out there. Because that's what I've always known. It's always weird. It's like, to white people, I'm Asian, or just whatever random race they think I am. And then to Japanese people, I'm definitely like an outsider. If I'm around, you know what I mean? It's like it's just, I'm never welcome in the party. I'm always like the outsider. So it's this weird kind of thing. You're never quite. You're always just like, you're not really, and you're just like, all right, that's cool. Thanks. Let's take classes together. Yeah, I don't know why that's you had to. Right on, Tyler. Yeah. We're having a nice chat here. Amen, Synth. My dad raised me not to tolerate that BS. Hold on, what did Synth say? I always think I'm mixed. I'm just a coordinated Native American though, so I tan good. Hell yeah. Yeah, people always think I'm Native American when I have long hair. Which I appreciate, because shout out to Native Americans. I'd be down with that. I'm pretty much down with any. I have a very wide array of all the options I have are pretty dope. So I'm fine with it. Except for yeah, they're all very intense people too, which explains my personality. Do, 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 do. See, there you go. Hi gets it. He definitely has good taste in shoes. I definitely have a lot of Converse. I've lived in the same exact size shoes since I was about 12 years old. When I was 12, my feet were huge. They just did not match my body. Like, I have old videos of me, and I'm just like walking around like Bigfoot. But I now wear size 12, but I wore a size 11 when I was 12. I now wear 12, but I wore 11 when I was 12. But yeah, so I can technically fit into a 10.5 in Converse, but it depends on the type. These ones are different. These ones are called Malden Street, so these ones you have to get a size up. So these ones I wear 12s in, and then I think regular Converse run big, so will usually be a 11 or 12 there. I definitely felt isolated. My entire place is filled with bits and pieces of different cultures. I just can't stick to one thing. Yeah, you're talking about music. You're talking about culture. But yeah, I used to have that because I always loved Japanese culture. And I remember a lot of times I had this one Japanese teacher because I took Japanese in college. She was dope. She was like one of the few Japanese people who were like really kind to me. But I always noticed that I would go to these like martial arts schools because I really wanted to learn traditional Japanese martial arts. And they always just treated me like, get the fuck out of here. And I was like, what the hell, man? I thought we could be cool. Like I literally have family from Chiba. But, that's just how it goes. People are very, tribal. All of it. My home is a museum. Music, decorations, hobbies, interests. I'm the same way. Greenie. Shit gotta go. I might be back later. But probably not. Good night, y'all. Appreciate you, Synth. We'll have to jump on a video game here soon. Appreciate you, brother. Always good to have you in here. At some point, I'm gonna have to run inside and make some beans or something. I haven't eaten dinner yet. I gotta make some food. See, that's the thing. Anytime I do these live streams, I just feel obligated to stand here in front of you guys and be like, "Hello, people. Welcome." Shout out to you guys. I could literally just bring the phone inside, but what would be the fun in that? Oh, it's Bob. Fuck you, Bob. Don't look at me. Don't look at me, Bob. Don't look at me, Bob. Bob Bobbert. Bob Bobertson. Bob Bobertson. I'm gonna slowly bring things inside. Yeah, I just gotta heat it up, so I will do that. Yeah, again, you know the deal. Just racking up the hours. We're at 15.1 hours in this one. Usually people start dropping in around this time. Usually I start these workout streams evening time. This is when people kind of pop in and are just like, "Oh, hello. We got another Conor McGregor fan." Second that, Haya. I appreciate you guys. I'm going to go start the food up. I'm going to leave the camera on Bobo. Okay? I'll be right back. Bring my phone with me so I can chat. Oh, yeah. I just wanted to show you. This is what I'm eating for dinner. Frozen block of beans. Beans. Big old, more beans. Beans. Usually 90 Al Greeny. Same. Yeah, I'm with you, Greeny. I think that's a lot of people feel like that. I read that that's definitely a thing with ADHD. Everything's a thing with ADHD these days. But it's you kind of, it's like well, you got a kid, so I feel you there. So yeah, having the nighttime is always nice because it's quiet and it's the one time you can kind of have all to yourself. Hiya, did you see the stare down? Honestly, see, and then look at Connor's all super calm. He got Holloway all fired up. I feel like that only plays into Connor's plan, getting Holloway all fired up because Holloway is always you know Connor wants him to be all aggro because that plays right into the Counter Strikers game. Missed 24-hour Walmart trips. I don't have a 24-hour Walmart around here. I don't have any Walmart. I've only been to Walmart a handful of times. I'll have to watch. Yeah, I saw they have a few. They did the whole stare down. He goes up there. It's Holloway's got his little vest on. Looks like a bulletproof vest. I don't know what's going on with that. And then Connor like rips his glasses off. And then Holloway tries to shake hands with him, and Connor like pretends to shake hands. He goes, "Get that shit out of here!" and like slaps his hand away. And then, but you hear the scream that Holloway let out. He's all fired up. But then Connor just follows up with like nice little like that kind of thing. So again, Connor's doing what he always does. So if anything, that's I don't want to say worrisome for Max because they're fighters. He can be fired up. I'm reading way too much into it, but that's what people always do with the stare downs, right? And Sherry's, there's something to being awake while the world sleeps, right, Greeny? I'm writing that down. I always love doing this. You guys will drop little gems in the chat, and I love just writing it down. Love it. I set that weird number for myself of writing 2,000 words a day, and yet I've been at it for a while. You know, I've been at it for over a week. I've been hitting that 2,000 word minimum every day, which again, bullshit number, because how many of those words are actually like, quality sentences? But at the same time, throwing the paint at the wall theory is that if I even get one usable sentence out of those writing sessions, it's a job well done. So I figure I'm going to get at least one insight, 24-hour marks were the best, but only after 1 a.m. That seems like that's when the shit would go down. I'm gonna go check on the beans. Be right back. Beans! Beans, all sorts of beans. Black, white, lima. I'm glad I checked it. The beans were burning. That's why it was the best. My friends and I would buy cheap soda, shake them up, and throw them on the ground, make them shoot up in the air in the parking lot. Or at least you're in the parking lot. I thought you were doing that in the aisles. That's funny. Right? Good times. Time flies, right? So I was reading about that, and you guys probably relate to this, is that I was reading that the neuroscience behind the fact that people always comment as you get older, time seems to almost accelerate. And the supposed scientific backing to that phenomenon is that, sorry, got distracted there by saying the word phenomenon, is that when you're young, everything is new and everything is novelty. So you're just absorbing every new experience. But as you get older, you fall into routine. So everything just kind of becomes, you've experienced this before. So your brain is really good at categorizing things. And so then the plus side on that is then encouraging the individual to, go out and try and experience something new, learn something new, just do things out of the ordinary such that you can spark that feeling of novelty in your brain, and it'll almost slow down time. So something to think about. I've been kind of thinking about that. Clyde is back. Whatever you guys do not ask him any questions. But Clyde, no, I'm not going to ask you. We stopped paying attention. Yeah, exactly. I finally filled the bookshelf with my poem book. Hell yeah, you got a poem book. I love it, Greenie. Yeah, I've really been getting into writing. I've been really getting into journaling lately. I feel like it helps you just access parts of your brain that I didn't even know existed. Like, what I've been getting lately is like it's almost like worlds of imagination where I can just like go to this separate world, this separate reality, and kind of consistently. And then it's just more about like, okay, what's going on here today? What can I experience? What are things going on here? And it's been really addictive. But I was reading Nietzsche kind of warns about that. He was always just like, you must stay in the present. You must stay in the real world. Otherwise, you'll just get lost in that other world. Which, again, there's probably asylums for people like me. No, Clyde, I don't want to impose. Do not. Tire Shelf is written about a season I spent with someone. Well, that's kind of nice. But also, I could see how that would be a little intense, too, to go back and live that. That was one of my least favorite things about sharing music with exes, is that then I would, those songs that you love get attached to some other memory. I'm gonna go check on the beans. Bean time! Beans! Hell yeah. Got a bowl of beans and some tortillas. Got me some corn tortillas. And a nice cold beer. Mm-hmm. Delicious. Oh yeah. I definitely burnt the beans. But they're good. Make ourselves a little bean burrito. A little taco. Oh yeah. Cheers. I sound dramatic. You might regret it though. I'm the same way, Greenie. I've tossed a lot of stuff. One rule my mom always had is never throw out artwork. Oh yeah. Happy dance. This is what I love about meal prep. Is spend hours on just getting this massive meal. And then you have a delicious meal ready to go at any time that you don't need to slave over. Which again, for people who love cooking, that's great, but for me it's just another hour of my day spent doing something where I could be spent doing it something else. When I do meal prep, you know, I'll take an entire afternoon trying to make that as tasty as possible. All I did was fry it up, toss some red onions in there. I had jalapenos. I probably should have tossed that, but I just threw sriracha in there because I was lazy. Anytime I was cooking beans on the stove, I was high as fuck, took a nap, woke up coughing, the entire apartment was smoke. No, exactly. I didn't realize how quickly they'd burn like that. I even put water in there, but it just evaporated. So, but the water just absorbs into the beans really quick, I guess. Oh, yes. Taco. Ooh, some cilantro would be great right now. The beans were gone. For months I couldn't get the smell of burnt beans out of my apartment. Oh, it's terrible. That was one of the reasons that I was encouraging everyone to smoke cigarettes was I went on a date with a girl, a lady, and I was like 18. She was 19, I think. Maybe even 20. She was older than me. But she was just like, I used to smoke, blah, blah, blah. And her car just reeked of cigarettes. I was like, right. But yeah, she claimed she didn't smoke anymore, but her car just reeked of it. Don't cook beans. That's what I did these ones. I should have soaked them though beforehand. That was the only area that I messed up. I probably need more tortillas. Más tortillas, please. Más tortillas, por favor. Happy dance. We got a lot of people rooting for Conor McGregor.
interesting. When's the last time Connor fought? Had to be at least 4 years ago, right? Mm. Five years? Crazy. They're throwing him to the wolves with Max Holloway. I heard he was originally supposed to fight Carlos Prates, which again, throwing him to the wolves. There's no easy fight in the UFC though. Unless maybe you put him on the undercard with just some random. But it's Conor McGregor we're talking about. It's like you look at freaking Justin Gaethje's resume, it's insane. Happy dance. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Robert Whittaker's on the prelims? That's crazy. Now, that's just because it's a really stacked card. Because, I gotta be honest, like, if the payment's the same, I mean, I guess you don't, well, does it even matter anymore? Like, do you get more eyes actually on you if you're on the prelims? Because it used to be, prelims were like free for the masses, and then main card would go to pay-per-view. So I don't know how it is anymore with Paramount, but you know, you might get more eyes on you, which it's not like Robert Whittaker really needs more recognition. So like Andre Arlovsky fights on the prelims a lot, right? And that's Andre freaking Arlovsky. But point being, because I can attest to this personally, I was the first fight on a card, and it's kind of nice. It's kind of nice being the first ones up because you just get it over with, and then you get to enjoy the fights. But if you have to wait, then you have to be in the back, like warming up. You're just like, you can't enjoy the event really. You know, you're sitting there thinking about, okay, I gotta get ready, I gotta go out there, blah blah blah. You know, you're doing your thing. But if you're on the prelims, like, he can go fight, he can go in the back, he can then just go even watch the fights from the audience. Actually, I don't know what they do anymore because I've heard that they actually throw fighters out of the stadium sometimes, which is fucked up. But I don't know. Apparently, because he's a light heavyweight now, also a stacked card. Yeah, see, that's what I was gonna ask. If it's a stacked card, then that's usually when you have legends on the prelims. Being a pay-per-view changes a lot. Oh, dude, it's nice to get your night over with. Usually also means no media days, but they're still making him do media. Yeah. So I'm just curious because it's again like I don't know if he gets paid more for being on the main card, you know. But I know my coaches used to say that they much preferred fighting early. You know, main events more stressful. So it's the same thing with like stand-up comedy. It's like the opener is very, you know, very chill. But once you're a headliner, then you're in the back like, oh shit. You know. Oh, thank you, Bob. All right. Oh man. That was a good workout. It's a good workout with those beans. It's a good bean workout. Ugh. Do, 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 do. All right. Contract and change. I don't know. Also, got to remember the only champions got pay-per-view money. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, that's the thing. So I feel like it becomes more of an ego thing. Again, I don't know the pay rate kind of thing. So that might change, but they used to show prelims on, you know, whatever TV station aired it. I think they did it on Fox for a while, and then they used to do it on YouTube. They'd show the prelims, or maybe it was like the early prelims, because they had like the early prelims, and they had the prelims, then they had the main card, and main card was when the pay-per-view would kick off. But I always love the prelims. You know, I actually would actively try and tune into the prelims, because usually in the prelims you just get these like up and coming fighters who are trying to make a name for themselves, and they're just going balls to the wall. You know, and two, what's funny about fight nights too is like you get like the energy of the fighters going into the back rooms, because a lot, you know, it depends on the card, but usually they'll be going back to the same green room with each other, and you know, you start getting it where it's like this guy gets a knockout, and then the next guy gets a knockout, the next guy gets a submission, and it's just like it kind of like rolls forward through the event. So so sometimes you can get kind of a feel how the night is going to go based on how the prelims are going, you know, how the fighters are performing. Again, you know, every fight's different, but there is a weird energy that goes into the back. Like when people are coming, yeah, you know what I mean? It's your teammate, high five, you know, just like, fuck yeah, brother, you know. You know, it's just, it's different. Whereas like, you know, but then also too, opposite, like sometimes fighters will be in the back and their teammate just got like starched, and now they're going off to the hospital, and they're just like, they would have like performed better, and now they're just like, oh shit. Like, I think Justin Gagey was talking about in that recent interview on the JRE or whatever, where he was saying that he had one fight. It was probably the Paddy Pimblett fight, but he was saying that in the back, I guess Rose Namajunas, his teammate, didn't have the greatest performance. So then he was in the back, like, he was like, I'm not going to do that to you, coach. Or he said something like that because his team was all kind of pissed off about that. So the energy can go both ways there, you know? Back in the day, it was based on your actual size. The lower weight classes was fight on the prelims, unless it was a title fight. You know, it's funny you mentioned that. Yeah, they actually, that it's now that I didn't even really think about it. I mean, they definitely had heavyweights in the prelims. It was weird though. So this is a lot of times. I don't know. It's probably still true to this day, but it would be like if they have, you know, if you have heavyweights. Or like they would almost break up the different cards based on the weight classes, but it seemed like that. But really what it was is they're stacking the event such that they have fill-ins. So if day of their 205 headliner, you know, gets sick or just can't perform, has to pull out the day, you know, fucking just shit happens. They then have like a row of fill-in fighters to just do it. Now people just weigh in for the main events, but they would do that throughout the whole event. So it's like they would have multiple weight classes all stacked up on top of each other. But yeah, also, but like what you're saying too, like when they're adding like the 135ers, didn't they add 125 at one point? I could be wrong there. Maybe that's too small. Maybe didn't they add 125? I don't even know. What would that even be? Super flyweight? Is that ladies division? Okay, flyweight. Yeah, flyweight's 125. I guess they have strawweight at 115, which, do they even have a strawweight division? Women's flyweight division is also 125. So it's women's strawweight, right? Or do they even have a strawweight? I don't even know. Do they do a strawweight? That's funny that they call them strawweight. Oh, shit. Mackenzie Dern's the reigning UFC women's strawweight champion. So, yeah, they do have a strawweight division. Oh, back in the Eves Edwards days. Right? Dude, Eves Edwards, shout out to Eves Edwards. I don't know if we've talked about that, but Eves Edwards is like one of my all-time favorite fighters. He was just one of the most complete fighters, you know, just back in the day. Remember his knockout of Josh Thompson, where he's got Josh he's got Josh and holding behind, like ready for the suplex kind of thing, and then he lets go and goes, pow! He just throws the head kick, but he kind of falls over and knocks him out. That was a crazy one. That fight was a prelim fight. Oh, you're talking about the Josh. You said Eves Edwards, and I didn't even read the rest of the text. Like when he knocked out Josh Thompson for an imaginary belt that should have been real. That was for an imaginary belt. I didn't even know the backstory there, dude. I got to go back and watch that. I'm tempted to do that tonight, but I'll probably take a break after this stream just because I've been sitting here talking for 3 hours straight. This stream was more like, hey, let's chat with the chat. So I've been just rambling this whole time, which is why whoa. Oh, yeah. I think that fight have been a prelim fight. That's crazy. Crazy. Right? I know, like, they had Demetrius Johnson. They just got rid of him. They're like, nobody cares about the lower weight classes. Like, Demetrius Johnson? Are you kidding me? I wonder if Dana White has ever openly admitted that he made a mistake getting rid of Demetrius Johnson. Because then he traded Demetrius Johnson to ONE FC for Ben Askren, right? Which again, Ben Askren, before he got to the UFC, like Ben Askren was a problem. You know, like funky Ben Askren. You know, obviously his UFC run didn't go as well as he would hoped. But when he was in the ONE FC, he just had a weird style. And, you know, weird works in fighting. You know what I mean? If guys can't really prepare for you, then it's an issue. But yeah, funky Ben Askren. I remember he just like his wrestling just didn't make sense. It's like, what the hell is going on with this guy? But he would win. He would win, and that's what matters. Oh yeah. Now, did he already wrestle, or is that coming up? And who is he gonna wrestle against? Because it's like that guy is, you know, I think he's everybody's hero now. When you see like what he went through, and now he's like competing again, bro, incredible. Can't believe his wife is letting him do that. You know, I mean, I get that too, but she's always been very supportive. I remember seeing her with their kids and stuff. And you know, some of these fighters, like, I mean, look at what's happening to Dustin Poirier right now. You know, a lot of these fighters, they're better off staying in the gym. You know, they're better off competing, doing something, because I can attest to it personally. When I stopped competing, like, there was just this vacuum of your soul where it's like, dude, I've spent the last 20 years doing this one thing, and now I just have to put it behind me. You know, it shuts you down. like I just started getting obsessively into different sports because I was like, I need to compete in something. And I still have that to this day. Like, I play one game of chess every single day because it scratches that itch of must compete. But yeah, it's a different mindset, but it's like I'm a total asshole. If someone tries to like challenge me to stuff, I just like it's hard to turn that shit off. Like I said the other day, I pretty much lost my job. I pretty much got fired because my old boss was just like, you don't know shit about soccer, and I was like, show me what you can do. Let's see it. And she got so pissed off because I basically challenged her. And I was like, my bad. I was like, you must be very skilled then. What skills? I was like ready to just be like, no, let's just name anything. I'll show you. You want to who can juggle the ball faster? Who can score more goals? Who can do? You know what I mean? It's you can't. Like, I always tell people too that I used to have that when I'd go on dates. I'd go on a date, go bowling or something. My date would just like, you're not gonna let me win. I was like, bro, I don't let anyone win. If you beat me, you actually beat me. But I'm an asshole when it comes to competition. I just will like. I had my friend's daughter. She was like a 10-year-old girl. I mean, she was even 9. I think she was 10. She was 10, and she was beating me at Wii Boxing. And she's talking shit. She's going, "Aren't you a boxing coach?" And I was like, "You fucking little shit," you know, just like. And I had to apologize to them. I was like, "Look, I'm way too competitive. She's really good at this game. She's better than me at Wii Sports, and my brain can't handle it. So I'm acting inappropriate right now, you know." Which sports do you compete in? I did MMA through my 20. Well, I started MMA when I was 13. I did soccer as a kid. I did baseball. I did basketball. I never played football, but I did flag football all throughout my youth. And weirdly, after fighting, I was trying to become a professional bowler of all things. So I was competing in bowling of all things. Yeah, but MMA and martial arts was kind of just my main thing. I loved basketball all the way through high school. I played all the way to my senior year. But yeah. Yeah, I don't really like team sports too much, to be honest. I always preferred wrestling. And fighting, just because it's just you out there and you can't give up. You know what I mean? The second you give up in wrestling, you just get smashed. You know, whereas like basketball, soccer, baseball is boring as shit. You know? No offense if you guys like baseball, but I was never bad into it. But yeah, I didn't like that. Well, I would foul out of most games in basketball, to be honest. But I didn't like the fact that you could slack off and your teammates would have to pick up the slack. Like, that was an option for people to do. Not that it's encouraged and you don't want to be on a team with people who do that, but it drove me crazy that people could just half-ass, and then your game is on the line because this guy's fucking half-assing it or having some mental breakdown or whatever. It'd drive me fucking up the wall. Be like her beating you at Guitar Hero, though. They're not exactly. No, dude, exactly. She was playing Wii Sports and was just like doing this, you know. And I was sitting there trying to actually. I didn't know how to play Wii Sports, but yeah, most things that if it's competitive, I will just, you know, blindly try and think that I can win. What's up, B Phillip? How you doing? Howdy from Texas. Shout out to you. My mom was from Amarillo, so shout out to you guys. I always love Texas. I've never been to Texas, but I want to go to Texas. Amarillo, Texas. Bam, 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 bam. Were you pro in any sport? I was not pro. Well, I was. Surprisingly, I got paid for bowling, so I don't know if you consider that pro, but no, I was just amateur. In terms of the fight world, the fight game. But, you know, which was bullshit too, because amateur, you gotta pay to fight, whereas, you know, pro, you're getting paid to fight. So I always regretted not just jumping into pro. But at the same time, my buddies who just jumped into pro, their careers did not last long because they didn't get the experience from amateurs. So that's always the nice thing about boxing. Is like a lot of boxers, they'll have like 400 amateur fights because you can just rack up the experience. So when you go to pro, suddenly they're 20-0, but they have 400 fights behind their back. Or under their belt, I should say. But it used to be, I guess I don't know how it is anymore with MMA, but it used to be easier to go pro because it was basically if you were at a fight gym and a fight card had someone who fell out and they needed a fighter to fill in, it was basically whoever was like, fuck yeah, I'll do it. And as soon as you do it, you're now pro. Amateurs is like paying your union dues. Yeah, exactly. Got to get that experience. Right? See, Haya gets it. Haya knows what's up. I mean, that's what I loved about the old days of MMA, because it was just literally like whoever was willing to step in the cage, and then it became like teams. It was like, you had Lions Den fighters, and it just kind of just built off of that. Lions Den versus Gracie Jiu-Jitsu. Team Henzo. This is what I was using as a table, a freaking music stand. If you were in the corner, it was a possibility, right? Yeah, I had my corner license. That was always fun. I remember that's what my coach had me do. I had to corner my buddies who were pro. Just so he just wanted me to get the experience of being in that environment. Good times. Good times. Good times. Buddy Lee, Jump Systems. Right? Yeah, no, my coach was dope. Oh yeah. Hi, what I want to do is go through and watch the old UFC fights. I'm debating if I should watch them in order, because then we actually have like a system of, this day we'll watch UFC 1, then we'll watch UFC 2, so on and so forth. What the hell is that thing? Hold on. Oh no, my flashlight broke. Oh, that sucks. Remember how I dropped my phone earlier? I guess it did break. Oh, never mind. There we go. I just saved a wasp from a... Nice. Whew. I was worried there for a second. Yeah, that would suck if that broke. I'd probably have to get a new phone just because the light is very useful. Useful in the usefuling. Useful in the usefulness. Yeah, no, I fixed it. I just kind of gave it the old taparoony. Tap, tap, taparoo.
Get a little tappy. Little tap, tap, taparoo. Just tap it. Just tap it in. Get a little tappy. Tap, tap, taparoo.
Bam. Noise. 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 All right. I'm going to do this now. See if we can rack in any more viewership before we sign off. What up, homies? This is the position I was in when we were. Do we get any more votes? All right, that's probably enough with this. We got our people voted for Conor. Right on. I'm still going Max Holloway. Now, if Conor were to win, who could Conor fight? That would be an epic fight. That is the question. But if Holloway wins, any fight Holloway does would be epic. Now, what do you guys think about Justin Gaethje fighting again? I heard Demetrius Johnson and George St. Pierre kind of urging him to just retire. They're like, dude, you've done it. You've done the things with the stuff. Retire on top, you know? So I can definitely relate to what they're saying. But also Justin Gaethje is one of those guys where like he always has a chance, but Max has been way too active in comparison. Yeah, I never, like, me judging fights, it's like I'm never like, oh, this guy's gonna win 100%. There's who I want to win. There's what I think might happen. But there's always, it's like a trifecta. You know, I've talked about this. There's what this guy needs to do to win. There's the plan this guy's got to do to instill a win. And then there's the weird X factor that you could never guess. And you're just like, how the hell did that happen? Like Conor winning by submission. You know what I mean? You'd be like, what? Huh? But honestly, seeing his, I was watching some of his training footage, and that doesn't actually sound that far-fetched. Is because we don't know what Conor's been up to. Again, here's my only thing with Conor is it seems like he's been doing a fair amount of drinking, but what fighters don't drink? A lot of these fighters are, you know, heavy partiers on the side. I mean, just look at John Jones' career. So you can't really write off a guy for necessarily drinking. It's just whether or not he's able to lock in when it's go time, you know. But longevity-wise, too, you know, you look at the career Khabib had. Hey, appreciate you, Clyde. You're awesome, dude. Have a good one, brother. I'll see you soon. Let me know if you hear from Kevin Hart. We'll have to get our band together. He's getting that good money now. Gaethje might need to see what happens between Conor and Max. Could get a chance to get his W back from Max or a huge money fight with McGregor. Exactly. See, that's the thing. Either way is a win for Gaethje because, like, if McGregor wins, Gaethje, like, could totally fight McGregor, and then that would be just great for him. So I could see him sticking around for a McGregor fight. And then I also saw an interview with Max where Max was saying he was like first he said, I'm gonna make him regret he came back, and he said, no, actually I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna make him think he has a chance such that we can rematch, and then I get another payday. That was like, I'm rewording it, but that's basically what Max said. One, that's hilarious. Two, it's smart, because he was just like, we're prize fighters, One more fight than ride into the sunset. Yeah, I'm with you. I could see Gagey retiring. He could fight either of those guys, and it would be a good fight. Because again, his fight with Max, it's not like it was one-sided, right? I don't even really remember it. I just remember the ending. So, but that's how these fights go. We remember the big finish. But yeah, Justin Gaethje getting that win back over Max would be pretty epic. Because wasn't that the first time he ever got knocked out was against Max Holloway? Like, I can't think of a single time. I think, because I remember him saying, like, I think that was the first time, right? The last second. I know, man. I know. And it's funny is everyone tries to do that now. Like, oh, point at the center. And a lot of guys are like, man, fuck you. I've been winning this entire fight. What, I'm going to give you a chance right now? Which, the cowboy thing is to do that. But the smart thing is to say, no, fuck you. I'm going to get on my bicycle. And do you remember the fight with Alistair Overeem? I think it was against Bigfoot Silva. But he was literally just running. He was just full on like sprinting in the cage, running away from his opponent. Everyone was like, what the shit is this? But it's like, well, do you want to get hit by that guy? I don't think you do. Good stuff. Guten Stuffin. Might have been TKO'd. Never face down, ass up for Gaethje. Yeah, right? Yeah, it might have been. Yeah, I don't even remember. I'd have to look that up. I know he got submitted by Khabib. No, he got submitted by Khabib. That is so weird. I just got like a request. That's bizarre. Wait, wasn't that Max Holloway's very first fight in the UFC against Conor McGregor? Am I wrong there? Okay, his first fight was against Dustin Poirier, apparently. Okay, yeah, no, he's definitely had a few. So he fought Poirier, then he fought Pat Schilling, then he fought Justin Lawrence, then he fought Leonard Garcia. Dude, Leonard Garcia versus Korean Zombie Chan Sung Jung was one of the greatest fights of all time. Then he fought Dennis Bermudez and lost by decision. And then he fought Conor McGregor, lost by decision. So, okay, it wasn't his first fight, definitely. It was far from it. Then he went on a tear until he fought then he went on a tear after the Conor fight. He fought Will Chope, Andre Fili, Clay Collard, Akira Corisani. Yeah, he just went on a freaking tear after that. Look at that. Then he fights Cole Miller. He fights Cub Swanson. He fights Charles Oliveira. He fights Jeremy Stevens. He fights Ricardo Lamas. Fights Anthony Pettis. He won all these fights. He fought Jose Aldo. He fought Jose Aldo twice. Oh, shit. He had a fight against Brian Ortega that got canceled, and then he fights against Brian Ortega, wins by KO. I'm guessing that was doctor stoppage, or the corner just didn't let him go back out. Okay. He fought against Dustin Poirier in 2019 and lost by decision. He fights Frankie Edgar, wins by decision. Fights Volkanovski, lost by decision. Fights Volkanovski again, loses by decision. But Volkanovski's freaking Volk, dude. Cub Swanson versus Holloway was one of your favorites. I gotta go watch that fight. Cub Swanson is one of those fighters. He definitely grew on me over the years. He's incredible. Beat Calvin Kattar. That was a great fight. Beat Yair Rodriguez. He goes against Volk a third time and loses by decision. Is that right? Did he fight Volk 3 times? Oh, man. His knockout against... Well, no, I'm thinking of Yair Rodriguez knockout against Korean Zombie. That one made me sad. I mean, it was impressive by Yair Rodriguez, but I didn't like seeing it. He beats Arnold Allen. Beats Korean Zombie. He beat Justin Gaethje at 4:59 of round 5. I guess he had I guess they had a fight schedule. What the hell? That's weird. It says that it's like they had a fight, but it got canceled. But then they fought on the same card, so there must be something weird. It must have had something like it got moved up to the main event or something weird. He fights Ilia Topuria and loses. Fought Dustin Poirier and won. Fought Charles Oliveira and lost. I didn't watch that fight. Yeah, Max Holloway's had a hell of a career. But yeah, I mean, he clearly learned from that loss against Conor McGregor because he was basically like, a 6-year winning streak? 6-year undefeated. It's a great fight, but I just meant in general, Cub Swanson is one of the smoothest strikers I've seen in MMA. Yeah, man, Cubby Swanson is incredible. Yeah, he's dope, man. It's always funny when you see his kids. I think he has twin boys that look like exactly, they have like the same face as him. They look just like him, but they're tiny, and they have like these big giant glasses. It seems like he's a good dad. That's always, a nice thing when you factor in that these guys seem like legit good people. Oh, excuse me. Excuse me, guys. Wrap this up. Oh, my hip. My hip. Bam, bam, bam. Wrap up the cord. It's a very poor wrap job, but whatever. Whatever. Because it's my United States of whatever. Because it's my United States of whatever. Because it's my United States of whatever. Slowly wrapping everything up here. Wrapping up shop. Got some new folks in here. Shout out to you guys. What's up? Okay, so here's the thing. What you have to decide is one, what, so there's different styles of tanks. So you got to figure out like what's your play style that you like. When we play with you, me, and Pete tomorrow, if you're down to play, he'll be able to break it down better for you. But again, are you so I think this is usually what people do. So are you playing World War II tanks or are you playing Cold War? So let me ask you that. And then what I've heard is that Cold War gets you more silver. So as Pete put it, most people will play Cold War in order to earn silver to then play the World War II tanks if they prefer that. So World War II tanks gives you have light tanks, which are the fastest typically, but weakest armor. And again, there's all different types of there's different ones. There's like light tanks that act as heavy tanks, so there's different ones. And then there's medium tanks, which is kind of just your crossover between. Then you have the heavy tanks, which are typically slow but heavy armor. And then you have tank destroyers, which are typically very weak armor, sometimes pretty slow, but it depends on the tank. But they have the biggest, heaviest guns, so they're the ones that will get like one-hit kills. And then you have it's artillery, but I'm trying to think of what it's called. It's the square ones, whatever they're called. What's it called? I guess it is just called artillery. So yeah, you have artillery, which is a completely different play style in itself, and that's what I used to favor. That's what I used to play a lot of, because you just like dropping, you know what I mean. You get a sky view of the map, and then you just drop bombs on the opponents like that. So it depends on what play style you want to do, because then you're basically investing in a tank line. So what I used to do is, one, you got to kind of figure out, like, I used to be like, oh, I want to get to this tier 10 tank, but also, it's going to take forever to get to that tier 10. You could do it. If you're into the game, you could definitely do it, especially if you're just grinding that. The highest I've ever gotten up to is, I think, tier 7, maybe tier 8. But yeah, Pete has a ton of tier 10, so he loves the grind. But yeah, anyways, figure out what tanks you like to play as, and then what tanks you want to get to. So you're doing Cold War? Okay, so if you're doing Cold War, yeah, just have fun. I couldn't really tell you there because I don't know enough about Cold War. I do like it. Cold War is a faster paced game. Pete always kind of, I shouldn't say complains about it, but what he says about Cold War is you get, I don't want to say like noobs, but you get people where it's like what they'll do in Cold War a lot of times is you just get like a massive tanks. So there'll just be like a mob. The players will just be mobbed up, and they just like basically go around the map like that. Whereas World War II, it's much more strategic. Like your tanks are a lot slower, so you have to kind of decide where on the map you want to be. So it's much more. It's placement. And if you go like one square too far, just a little bit too far, suddenly you're just getting chewed up by every tank. So that's usually what I fuck up on. Is I like playing light tanks a lot too. So I always go just like zipping around because, and this pisses Pete off a lot of times too. But I'll just basically play it like Tony Hawk. So I just like having a fast tank that I can go up slopes on and just do all kinds of weird, just drive the tank like how you're not supposed to drive it. But that's fun for me. Like you saw when I got you playing it was because I was just running over the trees, so it just depends on what you're into. So, depends on your play style. But do you want to be a sniper? Do you want to be speedy? Do you want to be a big old, heavy tank? So it's only because I started with tanks and like more in that one.
Seems to happen a lot. Dude, it's fun to drive around in the game. I totally get. Yeah, man. Again, that's what I always tell him. I play it like Tony Hawk. Like one of the things with me that's fucked up is like when people tell me like, "Oh, you're not supposed to do that." I'm like, "Oh yeah, bet." I'm just like, I'm gonna go do that thing now. So with video games, especially, like if there's a slope or like a mountain you're not supposed to be able to get to, and they kind of designed the game such that you're not supposed to get to that, there's invisible tracks, and they're not really invisible, but there's always like a path that you can goat your way up and like sideways up a mountain. And I learned that from playing Path of Titans, that dinosaur game we were talking about, because on that game, what I learned is that the devs are in the games with you. So a lot of times they'll be like, maybe not anymore, but back when I used to play, there would be like a couple dinos who are always kind of on the outskirt of all the action happening, because there's only like 100 players on every server. So there'd be like a couple dinos where they're kind of just like, they're just kind of doing their own thing, but they're always kind of observing people. And I kind of just started studying these guys one time, and I was kind of following them around. And sometimes the devs will be as like little fish in the map, so you can find the devs in the games, and it's kind of fun. It's like a weird Easter egg where it's like they could be a fish, and it's like suddenly you have this fish that's just moving, not like the other AI fish are, and you're like, that's a human controlled player right now. There's a guy controlling that. And you're like, oh shit, he knows, and he'll swim away. But I remember one time is because I was like the flyer when they first added the flyers. So I was kind of trolling these two guys because I was following them around. Like, these guys, there's something up with them, because they're also baby dinos too. So I was like, why are they, these guys are weird. And but I watched them play, and they were able to just like scale up mountains that you weren't able to scale. So I observed them, and I realized like, oh, there's like a path here that's just hidden in the map that you can't really see. And then I would discover it and be like, oh, that's how you get from here to here. And then one time I was kind of trolling them, which was a mistake, and then they did some weird thing where they clearly just typed in some stuff, and it did this weird, it was like they made the map like quicksand, and then suddenly the map was just doing this. It was just like it was like pulsing, and my character couldn't stop moving towards their characters, and then they just killed me. But it was bizarre. It was like they were just like, yeah, you're not getting away. And all of a sudden I was like, what's happening? What's happening? So anyways, there's a lot. I spent way too many hours on that Path of Titans game. Again, I can't tell you if they still do that, but I can tell you they used to do that. And it was always fun to find the devs on there. Dude, the video games are supposed to be fun. Sometimes multiplayer has a good way of spoiling that fun. A little too competitive, in my opinion. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Like, not naming names, but we both know. But yeah, that's always been one of the things that doesn't happen as much anymore. But it's like most of the time playing is just like me getting coached, and I'm like, I don't care. I don't care. I don't want to play good, What's up, funny looking goose? I like your name. How you doing? What up? Welcome in. Shout out to the funny looking goose. What's your favorite? You know what's so funny is there's a dino. Now I'm talking about Path of Titans. There's a dino on that game called the goose. Actually, I think they call it the duck, but it's the here, let me pull it up. The Deinonychus. They call this guy the duck. It looks silly, but it's actually one of the most deadly dinos in the whole game. It's just like this giant goose running around. I would duck that fight for sure. Ba-dum! I like this guy. That's funny. Hey now, this guy gets it. Yeah, I know the duck is nasty. The duck is like the herbivore version of the Spinosaurus. Shaw's a funny looking dinosaur now, to be honest. Right? Again, all you got to do is play Path of Titans. If you play Path of Titans, you can be any funny looking dinosaur you want to be. And that's why we love it. Do 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 do. Ooh, big spider running around. What's your favorite dino? Funny looking goose. I think I have. That's why I called it that, because I have a dino named the Goose. There we go. All right, just had to make sure. Make sure the things with the stuff. Ooh. You love the flying ones? I do too. Yeah, there's in Path of Titans I used to play the flying dinos. That was always my specialty. Just because it was like an even playing field, because everyone else had more experience playing the game. But then when I started playing, they dropped the they just called them the burb, but I don't even remember. But it was basically, it's not a pterodactyl, but I can't think of its name. I think they only have like 3 flying dinos right now. They might have more, but they initially just had one, and it could barely attack. It would just like flutter around and can kind of peck, could do barely any damage. But I loved it because you could just explore the entire map that way, much easier. Get out of fights easier, and you could just troll people, which was always fun. And it was semi-aquatic, so you could do this weird dolphin maneuver that I love doing. And then my strongest dino that I built was called the Hatzegopteryx, which is just this giant stork. And that thing is nasty, because that thing can like throw down against like the apex predators. And then they had this ability where he could do, it was like pickup, where you could fly down, pick up another dino, and just drop him from the sky. And it was hilarious, but so mean. Got the tough guy nose. You mean a broken nose? Thankfully, it's somewhat straight, but kind of, not really. You can see where it's been broken. The Hatzegopteryx, yeah. What's up, Barfy Man? How you doing, brother? Shout out, Barfy Man. Flying dinos. Path of Titans. What are they called? Okay, it's Thalassodromius. That's why I couldn't remember the name. Yeah, the other guy's named, they call it a Tau, but it's Thalassodromius, Hatzegopteryx, and then the little furry one is called a Ramphorhynchus. Ramphorhynchus. Make America barf again. Yeah, there you go. That's funny. That's funny. This guy's funny. Shout out this guy. Yeah, I guess those are the only ones they have now. What's up, Daddy Clown? we had another guy. He was Mike Tyson Clown is his username. If only you had you two guys together. Boxing from Daddy Clown. Oh, he got rid of it. I don't know why that message got retracted. I never know if people retract the message or if YouTube does it. I have no idea why YouTube would retract that message, though. We cannot have boxing emojis. That's just wrong. How dare they? Ah, who's that? Monkey Bob. From my roommate's his reasons. I don't know why. Yeah, that's weird. By the way, I've watched you for at least a year and a half now. Changed my name a month ago. Oh, well, appreciate you. We got an OG here. I didn't even know it. I know it gets confusing sometimes when people change their names because they're like, "Hey, remember me?" And I'm like, "No," and they're like, "Oh, I was blah blah blah," and like I'm like, "Oh shit, I actually do remember you." I somehow usually what I remember is the profile pictures, but you know, I appreciate you guys. When you guys are in the chat, I genuinely try and remember you guys. But appreciate you, funny looking goose, or whatever your name used to be, whatever you prefer to be called. It only gets confusing when people are like, my name is funny looking goose, but you can call me Harold. And I'm just like, I'm probably not going to remember to call you Harold, but I might. The act of me thinking I'm not going to remember it usually makes me remember it, weirdly enough. But anyways, thank you for being here. Appreciate you. It always blows my mind that people actually watch my videos. Like recently, for the first time ever, people were going back through my old live streams and like watching it. Like I was checking the analytics and it started at like 3 hours and it was like up to like 85 hours. I was like, what the shit? People are watching these old videos. Appreciate you, man. Small audience, but we love you. Hey, appreciate you, dude. That's why, again, that's what I was telling Haya. You know, we have it's all, that's why I basically just do live videos because it's about just building the community, you know, coming on here, hanging out with you guys. And that's the reason why it keeps me staying consistent is keeping you guys around. Because anytime I take breaks, it's like, it just, I don't know, it always, in the back of my mind, I'm always just like, shit, like, I hope Psycat and Moltres are still there when I get back. I wonder what Haya's up to. Like, I literally think about you guys, and it's like I feel like I need to stay live in order to give everyone a place to hang out. You know what I mean? In fact, the small audience, your authenticity makes you great. Appreciate you, dude. I know we try. I think it's gonna bite me in the butt one of these days because I have like 1.5 thousand videos up at this point, and somewhere in there is clippable material to just make me look like a monster, I'm sure. But you know, that's the world of live streaming, am I right? Come on now, folks. It's so real. At least that's what hooked me. Appreciate you. No, definitely. Well, yeah, hey man, I appreciate you saying that. You know, I try, you know. Like just the other day I was freaking crying on live stream and even Sidecat was like, bro, he was telling me the next day, he was like, bro, I was worried you being live in that vulnerable state. I'm just like, fuck it, you know what I mean? Like as men we're always, at least I was brought up like men don't cry, men go into a corner and you know, men go into a corner of a room and cry by themselves and come out when they're ready. Like that's how I was brought up. So yeah, these days I cry like way too much, you know. So anyways, yeah, I think it's important to share vulnerability and to show people that it's okay, you know. It's okay to have feelings. But, you know, and we're also here to support each other. Like we had a guy earlier today who was talking about depression and I was like, I can relate to that, you know. That was literally what I started on with Twitch back in the day. Was basically my initial live streams were like depression live, like it was a musical or something, because I was just fucking depressed. You know, but shit happens, man. Sometimes you gotta just, you know, barrel through that. People who judge by watching a small clip and not by the whole package don't deserve your attention, man. Exactly. See, this guy's awesome. I appreciate you. I hope you come around more often because you're dope people. I appreciate you, and that's the thing. We get plenty of trolls, and I appreciate the trolls too because you know they're just people who want to be seen, you know, and I get it too. Like I was just saying, I was trolling on Path to Titans all the time. I love trolling in video games. Meet good friends along the way. No, dude, we have a dope community. Like shout out Obi-Wan here. He's a up and coming artist. So yeah, it's always funny with you guys too, is that some of my most authentic connections are surprisingly you guys on YouTube because you guys are basically like, it turns into therapy sessions with that, whether or not you realize it, because I'm just sitting here rambling basically by myself, you know, and just going off of the chat. But half the time I'm just kind of like, I'll just be like looking over here, just rambling. And so, yeah, you guys know me better than most people in my real life. That's the fucked up part. You know, I don't really hang out with people. I don't have any friends who still live in town. Everyone moved away. So y'all are my friends. But I mean that genuinely, you know? So yeah, it's weird. It's weird too. Like I was telling Haya that, like Haya, like I actually saw a picture of Haya recently. I was like, that's what you look like? But it's like in my brain, I can imagine what most of you guys look like. And it's just this complete made up imaginary person, but it's just purely going off of like how you guys speak, our interactions in the chat. And then it's just like, I feel like I know you guys more than I actually do. Like for instance, with Moltres and Psycat, shout out to Moltres and Psycat. I was playing Fortnite with them one time, and then suddenly Moltres jumps onto the audio chat, and I was like, "Oh my god, is that Moltres? Is that Moltres?" And I didn't realize it wasn't until he was using one of those, like, not voice record. He was using one of those soundboards. He was using a Duke Nukem soundboard, and then it wasn't until he said the same phrase twice in a row. Or he said it twice and it had the exact same inflections. And I was like, okay, that's not humanly possible. That was way too exact. And then I realized, I was like, okay, I don't think that's actually his voice. But at first I was like, is that what this dude sounds like? But anyways, yeah, good times. When Jokered all over the place. I do remember that. And he's like, I'm jokering all jokering, but it's so good. Maybe the Joker was the friends we made along the way. See, Obi-Wan gets it. Yes, exactly. I remember when we used to say that in every single stream. What streams were you popping in here? I remember one time we had a SpongeBob soundboard when you were playing Fortnite. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. You actually do remember those. Yeah, dude, so the Fortnite streams were exploding. I used to do the Fortnite a lot. The only reason I stopped the Fortnite is that you know, I'm just gonna be real. It just started feeling like daycare. I was like, what is going on? Is this how I'm spending my time? And also, what weirds me out with Fortnite is that I don't think I was on stream when this happened, but it's like I've seen adults try and like connect with kids over audio chat, and I'm sitting there just like horrified, like, where are these kids' parents? What the fuck is going on? This is fucked up. And it's just the world of the internet we live in these days. That's why every single video I do, they ask, is this made for kids? I go, no, this is not made for children. Where are your parents? Why are you talking to a grown man on the internet? Go do your homework. Go read a book. Anyways, it sounds like I'm being a dick, but I've taught for many years, so that's the teacher in me. That's the coach in me talking, or just a, you know, genuine human being who's looking out for our youth, you know. Dude, I sometimes try to see the whole thing from your perspective of having social anxiety myself. I know how hard it is to get live every time. Yeah, man, I appreciate that. I definitely have social anxiety. It's funny because you know, my job, my career is or one of my jobs, you know, teaching, even teaching in person. It's like I stumble over my words. One of my biggest fears was with public speaking, and yet I'm here doing this. I ended up having to take public speaking or communications in college, and it ended up going great because of you guys. You guys help me practice all the time. But yeah, I coached, I taught in classrooms and stuff. So I just learned that, you know, you're gonna stumble over your words, and that's okay. But yeah, if you put me into a party, dude, I shut down. I hate going to parties. I don't like being around people I don't know. I've always been like, I'll have like one person that I kind of cling to, and then everyone else, I'm just like, no. So it's like me at a party, you have to give me a task. Like I'm like a working dog. Like if you give me a job to do, like, hey, go move these boxes, I'm like, fuck yes. You know what I mean? I can do that. But if you're just like, hey, go in here and mingle and have small talk, I just freak people out. It's like I was at a what's up, Shinobi? How you doing? Hey, great to see you, Shinobi. It's been a minute. I know it's been a minute since I've been doing these workout streams, so it's great to see you in here. But I remember I performed with the local symphony one time, and then afterwards they had this whole like wine, mixer type thing. Everyone's wearing tuxedos, and it was all these like rich people talking and like trying to get money out of each other. And I remember they had these like plastic cups that were they were like made to look like glass, so they're like really nice plastic. And I don't drink wine, so I was just drinking water out of it. So I was holding these plastic cups, and I have these kind of like surges of energy. Like, I mean, you guys, it's pretty obvious if you watch me at all, you'll see me kind of just spazzing out. But I'm like holding this cup, and then randomly I just did that, and I just fucking shatter this cup and just spill water all over me and all over my pants and stuff, so it looks like I pissed all over myself. And everyone's just looking at me horrified, like, what the fuck is wrong with this guy? They thought I got like pissed off. I don't know what they thought. And I was like, sorry guys, like my ADHD got the best of me. I had kind of an energy surge, and then people were like totally related to it. Like I had all these people coming out of the woodworks, be like, I have ADHD too, blah blah blah. So, anyways, the power of authenticity. That's what we're getting at. What's up, Daddy Clown? Congratulations, extremely rare clown to spawn in 0.02% spawn chance. Have extremely good day night. Appreciate you, Daddy Clown. You have a great rest of your night. What's up, Instabel? Welcome in. Appreciate you. But yeah, funny looking goose. I appreciate your having these real talk right now. Yeah, you have to own it. Oops, something just happened with my internet. I'm having some internet hiccups here. But yeah, you just gotta own who you are, And that's the thing. That's the thing that teaching taught me is I'm not taught a kid who wasn't like awesome. You know what I mean? They're all awesome in their own ways, but it's like oftentimes school or even parents, unfortunately, will just kind of like crush the kid's spirit. Be like, no, you're bad. You're wrong. This is how we want you to be. And it's like, no, man, you just got to figure out whatever, and not everyone is lucky enough to find what they're passionate about. You don't have the opportunities. So it's like, if you're lucky enough to be exposed to the things that you then decide you love and you want to pursue, it's like, go do that thing. You know what I mean? Exactly. We just got to keep it real. That's what you got to keep it real. For better, for worse. And if you keep it real, you're going to attract people, who are into that. But it's like, if you're fake, it's like, what's the that too? I remember in the high school, I remember going to a party, and like it would be always like why are the most attractive girls always attracted to these fucking assholes? Don't get me wrong, I'm kind of an asshole myself. Like, I can definitely be. But I remember going to a party and just being like, okay, I'm just gonna be a fucking dick. I'm just gonna be like the stereotypical asshole guy. And I remember this lady was all over me. She was just like, yes, you. And she had a freaking boyfriend and all that stuff. And I was just like, all right, like that wasn't really me. So she was not attracted to actual me. And also, this girl's clearly trouble. I know her boyfriend, and he's a psychopath. So I want nothing to do with this situation. But yeah, she was just like puppy dog eyes on me. And just because I was a fucking dick. And it's like, I don't know, man. It was weird. But I remember, I was just like, yeah, you could just act the part. But again, I don't know. Plus, people with ADHD, it's like most of your life is like wearing a mask. So that's why I really appreciate being on here with you guys, because it's one of the few places in my life I can actually be me. Like, that's why I don't do any of the other social media stuff, because a lot of my other stuff, it's like, it's for business, and it's like, I can't be me because I have clients who see me on those other platforms, and it's like, I have to just kind of sit there and act a part. And pretty much everyone who meets me just thinks I'm like freaking cracked out of my mind or something. Or they're like, this guy's not on drugs, or this guy should be on drugs. Usually they say I've skipped my medication, which I'm like, cool, you're not wrong. Real attracts quality compared to fake, which attracts quantity. Exactly. Well, see, that's what I realized when I was in high school. Like, I used to throw a lot of parties, and so I had seemingly had a lot of friends, and then you know, I think one night I got too drunk, and then it was like everyone turned on me. And then I just remember after that, I was just like, man, fuck all you guys. And then I just realized after that, I was like, I could count my real friends on one hand, you know, like maybe two hands, but really just one hand. And nowadays it's like I got like two, you know what I mean? Like, so it's even less, like maybe three. Um, and they're scattered all over the globe, you know. Like one of my buddies lives in Taiwan, you know. What's up, human flock? I'm watching you. Hello. Oh my gosh. Look out. Oh, who's that? It's him. But yeah, you know, and honestly, it's weird. Like if you even go back further, like the whole Rickety Timpani character that I created, that was because my dad freaking loves that character. He views my whole Rickety Timpani thing as like a Bugs Bunny-esque character. So the whole Rickety thing was that. But sometimes I'm a bit too authentic, and it almost like bites me in the butt. So it's like you need to have, I don't know, going on live stream has definitely. It builds up calluses. You definitely get a thicker skin, like to deal with trolls and stuff. But sometimes you have to like put on characters. Sometimes you have to kind of have a somewhat of a mask just to survive. Because if you're too real, like that's what happened to me with Twitch. Like I remember, I remember one time it felt like I was getting bullied in high school or something. Like I was just like, oh hey guys, welcome in, and they're just like, look at this fucking blah blah, blah. And they just said stuff because I'm on camera, so you can look me up and down and be like, there's your insecurities, and I'd be like, oh fuck. How do you know? But it's, you know, it's if you're an asshole, you're able to pick those things out, you know. Um, Sir, can I challenge you? Yes or no? You can challenge me. I won't necessarily accept it, but you can definitely do it. I feel you, same here. It's the guy with things that does the stuff. Exactly. An unchanged life is boring. Do you accept a challenge? We'd like you. Let me know what the challenge is. Unchallenged. What's the challenge? And then I can let you know whether or not I accept. You'd be like, I challenge you to give me your bank card. I challenge you to do 500 push-ups. Yeah. You get a lot of people, especially with the music live streams, you get a lot of people who are like, dance, monkey, dance. Yu-Gi-Oh! You want a fart battle? Dude, I've been eating beans for the past few days. You guys would lose that. I've been a farting machine. You know what's actually dope is when I was a kid, you know, Yu-Gi-Oh was on when I was getting home from school. I wasn't that into it. I didn't really, I guess I played a little bit of Yu-Gi-Oh, but I used to so when I was a kid, I was into what was called Mage Knight, which was like the watered down version of Warhammer. And overnight Mage Knight just died because of Yu-Gi-Oh. Yu-Gi-Oh just exploded in popularity and everyone was playing Yu-Gi-Oh. And I remember for me, Yu-Gi-Oh was always a hustle. Because the first pack I ever got, I got the card which was called the Gate Guardian. So anyone who knows Yu-Gi-Oh will know what that is. You want to challenge you a queef battle? There you go. Hold on, let me just pull out my. Yes, he challenged you to do a duel, Homer slap duel. I think I have the. I don't think I have the all the chat on, so I missed what he said. Here, let's see what he said. I always have top messages on. I think Brian left anyways. We could have a queef battle. I'm down with that. and that's when the stream took a dark turn. See, again, this is what's always funny. Especially with this stream is somehow I stay on here, and as soon as it starts getting around this time, this is when everyone starts coming out of the woodworks. I love it though. Challenges to do a Homer slap. Oh yeah, but anyways, with the Yu-Gi-Oh thing was just that first pack I ever got was Gate Guardian, and everyone was freaking out like, "Oh yeah, you got a Gate Guardian!" I was like, "What the fuck is this thing?" And then I sold it back to the card shop that I was at, and they gave me, I think, like 10 packs. And then off of the 10 packs, I got even more rare cards. And then I sold those back to the shop, and they gave me even more packs. And then I just had all these cards, and then I started trading with all the people at the card shop for their Mage Knight collection. So it was off of one pack, I got all this stuff back, and I was like, what the fuck just happened? And that was like the first time I kind of started to understand business, and yeah, it was just weird. It was weird, but yeah. So Yu-Gi-Oh for me was always a hustle. It was never something I was like that into. I like Exodia. I like the Exodia. The only card I think I like is like what is like Exodia Necronomicon or something, whatever the hell it's called. A queef battle? Nero's like, what the hell? You don't want to know, Nero. You don't want to know. You just missed it. Loudest queef wins. Loudest. We'll have different divisions. We'll have loudest. We'll have longest. We'll have most musical. We'll do whoever will most disgusting. Oh, fair. Yeah, I don't know if you're able to scroll up in the chat, but you'll definitely be able to see something. I think Brian pops in here quiet. Got to hit the tune. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, someone will play a song, and it'll be like whatchamacallit? It'll be like Horse, where someone plays. It's like this little. Did that? And I know I'm stealing that from Family Guy, the fart battle, where they do the battle farts. You know, and they do the banjo duel. I'm good at that. Just here to tell you, you look beautiful today, and don't tell anyone otherwise. Thank you. I appreciate you. I'm not good at names. I'm trying to see what your egg profile picture or whatever that is, coconut. Appreciate you for being kind. I get a lot of people who are just bro, the thing that people hate on in these streams. Somehow this has been a really chill stream. Y'all have been really nice tonight. I get all sorts of people. I think that's because Haya's here. Haya's been snapping people out of existence. I didn't even realize. No one fucks around when Haya's here. Yeah. It's a dude that has a coconut PNG over his face. Oh, is that what it is? Oh, okay. Now I can see it. See, it's like all I can see is like that. It's tiny, so I have to sit here, and I have really bad eyes. Nothing to say. Dude, everyone's been great, honestly. Right? See, this is the thing. This is why I love doing this. I was literally going to sign off like freaking, I don't know, like an hour or two ago. But all of a sudden, everyone started coming out of the woodworks. And I was just like, you guys are cool. I like you guys. And we got Roberto here. Shout out, Roberto. You guys might not realize it, but Roberto is one of the truest homies here. And his hatred for dragons is just unmatched. He is truly a dragon slayer. So, yeah, I do want to do more of these streams. Again, I call this a workout stream, but really I just kind of kick the bag a few times. It just basically devolves into me standing in front of the camera and talking with you guys, which is really what I wanted to do. I was going to call it talking with chat, but then when I was trying to search up like what do you title the live stream to be talking with chat? And anytime I look up talking with chat, it's all about ChatGPT. And I was like, that's not what I'm trying to do here. So we'll figure out a better name for this, but I definitely want to do more of these like community, just hanging out with you guys. I'm doing good. Right? There you go. See, this is what I was talking about, Haya. This is what starts happening. Haya's awesome. That's why he's got the blue shield. We all love Haya. Not that you guys aren't awesome too, but Haya's freaking dope. Haya's been like my therapist off stream. He hits me up off stream. And I'm just always like, how do you notice the things to make me cry, Haya? Right, Nero, thanks for asking. Yeah, Haya's, yeah, we love you guys. Anyways, we got a great community here. I love you guys. But it's you guys that keeps me coming back. You know? And I'm not gonna lie, sometimes the trolls get to me, man. That's why sometimes I'll take a break. I'll kind of mix up the streams. And just like, I can't do that. And even the morning writing streams, like today I did a writing, I didn't stream it, but I just wrote, you know, I like doing the writing in the morning, but I'm realizing that it might not be the most interactive of live streams. I like that maybe it inspires people. It gets numbers for whatever reason, so you know people tune in. But the second I like look up to read the chat, I completely lose track of what I was just writing. So usually when I'm doing those, I'm just kind of like, you know, I like doing the live streams where I'm just, you know, working and stuff. And I love you, funny looking goose. So yeah, I'll definitely have to do more of these type of streams to just, you know, connect with you guys. Seems like this time is a better time for everyone because this is when everyone comes out of the woodworks. But mornings are good too, so I don't know. It's all across the board. Everyone's kind of, you know, on different schedules, but I like this. I definitely want to do more of the cooking streams too. I'm just happy to get to chill with y'all. Exactly. Don't let the trolls get to you. They just don't have anything special or funny about themselves, so they try to make fun of someone else. Yeah, exactly. No, my aunt was saying that the other day. She was just like, some people like literally live to bring people down. So, you know, and again, I'll be the first to admit I can be a little too sensitive sometimes. But man, yeah, it's like I wish it weren't the case, but some of these things these trolls say, it just sticks with you for weeks, sometimes years. I still remember what these trolls said to me when I was back on Twitch, and I was just like, oh, you know, it's like I wish that weren't the case, but it's just true. But again, it makes you tougher. It makes you kind of bit. But then also, what's fucked up, and this is why I appreciate having Haya here, and I realize I do need mods because sometimes what happens is I'll try and like out troll the troll, but then what happens is I'm the guy on camera and then I just start going off on someone and then I don't really delete the live streams afterwards. So it's just randomly in the live stream, you just have me screaming at the camera and it usually turns people off. Like I remember I was doing a piano stream and this guy was just literally trolling me on, he all he said was that, all he said, what did he say? He said, Eric Satie sucks and Debussy's better. And he just kept saying that he liked Debussy. And then because he said Satie sucks, which Satie is one of my favorite composers, I just started like, you know, basically screaming at this guy. And I'm having fun. I'm joking, but it cleared the room. Everyone was like, what the fuck? We're enjoying piano. Now this guy's screaming about Debussy. And, you know, it's kind of a joke, but still, it was just a bit much. And then it's just basically me and this troll. And he loves it because he's getting the attention he wants. And I'm just like, oh, fuck, I scared everyone away. You know, because again, when you're usually Mr. Smiles, when you get kind of intense, people go like, oh, fuck, what the hell just happened? But, we can, yeah, we can go hurt people. Yeah, there you go. Haya gets it. We just kicking it. Yeah, see? This is why I love it. We got the homies all here together. Ooh, you hear that one? I do play piano. I'm not very good, but I do love playing piano. Plays a few different instruments. Yeah, we have a few. Yeah, that's why again we'll do weirdly enough, I don't know what it is, but it's like me being outside in the dark just gets people's attention. So I wish it weren't the case because it gets fucking cold out here, which it's definitely starting to. But just for whatever reason, if I just stand in this specific spot, people just show up, and these are the biggest streams I do. I don't know why, but that's what happens, and it's always just when I'm like right here in front of the camera. That's when it pops in. Nice. What do you play if you like to talk about it? You play bassoon? Oh, that's awesome, dude. Bassoon is actually one of my favorites. Weirdly enough, I used to play with the symphony, so I would like study all the instruments. There's this one cellist that was just incredible. My first instrument I played was actually, well, my dad is a jazz guitarist. So when I was 5, he taught me the A minor pentatonic. And then unfortunately we just didn't vibe in terms of lessons. So I never really got another lesson from him. We tried, it just never really worked out. But he was more the type of like, no, you're wrong. That was wrong. And I was like, I play one note. No, but you know, I grew up listening to him. But my first instrument I played growing up was actually fretless bass. But it was weird. I kind of had like a trifecta of instruments because I was supposed to be the drummer in my first band, but my mom had to like order a drum set, which took like 3 months to arrive. Something happened, so it took forever. And then meanwhile, while I was waiting for the drum set to arrive, because my buddy, whose house we were practicing at, his dad was a professional bassist, so he was supposed to be the bassist. But again, parents probably not being that great at teaching their kids, he ended up just one day deciding he wanted to play drums, and within a couple days was way better than I was at drums because he actually had a drum set. I just had like a little practice pad. So they're like, all right, he's our new drummer. You're on bass. And then so I was like, ah, shit. So I had a fretless bass, which was my dad's again. So I started on fretless bass, and then my dad got me a guitar because he wanted me to play guitar. So I kind of just started out with those three. I always kind of cycled between drums, bass, and guitar. I did when I went to college, and in music, studying music in college, I wanted to play jazz bass was kind of what I went there to study, but I made the mistake of singing a Stevie Wonder cover for some event they had, and then the choir director was like, "You!" And then all of a sudden I was in 6 different choirs. So I did a lot of vocal training, even though I'm not the best singer. But if you can sing moderately high, they'll be like, "We need you." And so that I studied jazz arranging, and I really want to do more composition. Would be dope. But yeah, jazz arranging was always really fun. Yeah, other instruments. I have a chromatic harmonica that's broken. I really want to get a new one so I can actually play it properly. And then I remember one time my buddy's dad loaned me his saxophone. So there was like a 3-month period where I was just jamming out on the saxophone every day. And I think that, oh yeah, and piano as well. But yeah, hey, Synth Wizard's back. Yeah, bassoon is no joke. I have crazy respect for anyone who plays any reed instrument, any instrument really. This is one of my goals on YouTube, is just encouraging people to, if you don't play an instrument, pick up any instrument. Doesn't matter what the instrument is, but play something so you can play along to your favorite music. Even if you're just humming, even if you're just doing hand drums, music is just great. I also used to play oboe and flute. That's awesome. What's up, Synth Wizard? We're talking music right now. Sorry, I'm a little behind in the chat here. Yes, it was an alto sax. My favorite instrument of all time is the tenor saxophone, and that's just from I love Motown. So something like Shotgun. That's my mouth sax. But yeah, I love tenor sax. I've never played a tenor sax though. It's one of those weird instruments where I almost don't want to play it because I love it so much. I almost want to just leave it like separate. I want to just enjoy it from afar. But I kind of want to play tenor sax. It's just also kind of expensive, so played more strings instruments, now only piano. Yeah, I'm a firm believer, like if you learn music, if you just learn solfeggio or just basic theory, you can play any instrument, but also certain instruments are definitely harder to start than others. So I do give it that. Like trumpet's something I've always wanted to try, but I heard trumpet's like freaking really hard. I had a buddy who went to college for French horn, and it was always very impressive. Y'all might be able to guess what I play. Maybe synth. I don't know. We'll see. The alto. Oh, he was asking synth, the alto sax. Sorry. I thought you were talking about me. Decent mouth. All it takes is Roberto's back. I've never heard a nice tenor sax because the only guy I knew played it always squeaked on purpose. I also haven't really looked it up online. Tom Scott, if you look up Tom Scott, he's really good. One of the things, so when I got into Motown, who does shotgun? Pretty sure this is tenor sax. I'm probably going to get in trouble for playing this, but I'll just play the very beginning of it. All right, that's all I'm going to do. Look it up, though. Junior Walker and the All-Stars. Shotgun, shoot a boy right now. That's one of my favorite just musical moments of all time. My favorite saxophone is the soprano. Ooh, see, Nero is a school gentleman here. Not a lot of people mention the soprano sax. That's just the straight soprano. That's just the straight one, right? I just thought tenor sax was underrated compared to the alto. I personally prefer tenor sax. I've heard some people play a bari sax, the baritone sax, just that giant one. And I've seen some people. There was a guy who was viral for a while for playing bari sax because he would be like out on the street playing bari sax, and his popularity exploded because people were like, what is that? But yeah, alto. It's just it makes sense. It's just easier to carry around. It's like. I would love to play a stand-up bass, but I just don't have room to have one. So that's why I love fretless bass. But yeah, good stuff. I love most instruments. There's certain ones that I probably would never even bother trying, like glass harmonica. Like, what the hell is that? Like, isn't glass harmonica basically like playing like those glasses? But it's just this giant spinning series of discs or something. I don't know what the hell's going on with that thing. Theremin looks actually kind of fun, but again, how do you actually get good at this thing? But then you see people who can actually solo on a theremin. You're like, what the shit is going on? I don't know if you guys know theremin. Does anyone know what a theremin is? I might just be talking to myself here. I'm pretty sure Nero probably knows what I'm talking about. Yeah, the bari sax is beautiful. That I used to always I remember a teacher told me that it's just like if you want to go to a college on a free ride, it's basically whatever instrument they need in their band, they'll or their orchestra or whatever is the one that's gonna get the scholarship. But also it's like if you really if you want to ensure your chances, play the tuba, play a stand-up bass, just play those things. You have to be crazy to carry those things around. Right? You guys ever see a theremin? No hate to thereminists, but I can't imagine that being someone's main issue. Right? I mean, again, that's just everyone's got their passion, and it's like even with guitar, like Jack White. I love Jack White, but it's like his whole thing was just like, oh, I hate people. I hate how all I see is Stratocasters and Les Pauls and SGs or whatever. So he played like I think it was like the old Sears Airline guitar or something. And he made that thing cool. So I think there's just a lot of people who are just naturally counterculture. They just have that ingrained punk attitude of like, I'm gonna do the opposite of what people want me to do. So I can totally. I don't think I've met anyone that theremin was their main instrument. Because again, like you're mentioning too, I feel like you would have to. How do you get? It's like learning on a fretless. It's like you almost need to play piano. You got to like figure out what the notes are supposed to sound like in order to play the notes. Otherwise, you're just all over the place. At least that's how it was me. Got kind of like a weird sound. I remember always playing the theremin one in Chrome. Did you actually get to play? I've never played one. I've never even seen one in person. Hey, what's up, Alice Rocka Oliver? Shout out to you. Welcome in. We're just chatting with the homies. See, Haya, I appreciate you. Haya's nothing but good vibes. Might need to become a harpsichord wizard. Dude, I played a harpsichord. In my piano class, we got a harpsichord. We also have a clavichord. Is that what it's called, clavichord? Have you guys ever heard clavichord? I think, isn't that, now I'm blanking on it. Is it called a clavichord? I think so. I was thinking about clav is like a different clavichord. Clavichord, yeah. So what's crazy about the clavichord is it's so silent. It's one of the quietest instruments ever. Like you wouldn't believe it, but that's how it sounds. And the harpsichord is pretty loud. Doesn't have the same ring though. Might be the harpsichord wizard. I knew someone where their main instrument was accordion. She was actually really good. She was professional at accordion, or played in bands. So I guess you're a professional. I always figure if you get paid, you're now a pro. I don't know. There's different degrees of pro, whether or not we're talking about mastery or whatever. All right, we still got that. I wonder what a contrabass flute sounds like. I can't believe I've never heard it before. Let me look it up right quick. Yeah, please do. I kind of want to go inside and sit on the couch. I don't really feel like ending the stream though. Let me put this away. At a certain point, it's like I'm just been standing here, occasionally kicking Bob for the past 5 hours. Hell yeah. Damn right you did, Andrew. Happy birthday, Andrew. How come you don't like bagpipes? Anything but the bagpipes, that's just gas. I'm sorry. Right? Yeah. Well, again, it's for some cultures too, like for instance, like those reed instruments, like the bagpipe. I don't know if I've ever rocked out to bagpipe, but like let me pull up like traditional Muay Thai music. Let me pull this up. Like a lot of people think it sounds like dying cats, but I actually weirdly love it. And this is, it's not a bagpipe, but it's some people this is like, what is going on? But I love this stuff. I can only play a couple seconds of this stuff. Just monotone sound in the background. Anyone can do it though. And again, there's like just a lot of this stuff too. It's the tradition. So if people grow up, I think certain sounds just bring out, it's almost like ancestral noise. They're like, what is this? Like I remember the first time I ever heard let me see. Let's see. Is it Pride FC 13? There's this one Pride FC opening where they have this Japanese no theater drummer. It took me forever to understand what he was actually playing. Bushido. I gotta find it now. But it's like he does the thing. He smacks the drum. He goes, Yee-hoo! He does that stuff. I freaking love that. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. I did taiko as a little kid. That was fun. That was intense because it's like you're sitting there thinking you're doing music, but it's pure martial arts. They just combine martial arts. Maybe that's why I'm all about martial arts and music. Maybe it started with taiko. I totally forgot about that till I saw this taiko thing. That's cool. Let's see if I can find the clip. Hold on. I'm trying to find this now. I hate how this AI is trying to be like, oh, you mean this? It's like, no, I'm not talking about Kevin James. Let's see, where is it? I still love Pride FC. Mm. Ceremony. Now I'm obsessively trying to figure this out. Pride FC opening ceremony. It's somewhere in here. See, it always pissed me off because Boss Rutan is just like making fun of the guy the entire time. Godspeed, Andrew. Is this spell my Andy, my mind reading spell? Hold on, I miss a lot. Happy birthday. How's the Sith knows my nickname? He uses mind reading. The boost. What does that? What does that mean? Is that German for "De bist gut genug"? Oh, it's a song. You are enough. I like it. Yeah, I just looked it up. Sometimes I got to be careful because I'll be like saying just a foreign language that I don't know, and people will be like, "Don't say that," and I'm like, "Oops, my bad." Du hast, du hast dies, du hast die Geist. I like it. I like it. What's up, Jawapak Davis? Is it Pride 13? right, now I'm just gonna scroll through these opening ceremonies. It's the one where they show the guy clicks the drums. He clicks the drums and you see blood splatter on the wall. Is it Cold Fury? Not Bushido. Appreciate you, Nero. Hold on, I'm now just obsessively trying to find this. Hmm. I'm not gonna find it. Not gonna find it. Such a great moment. Ah, I found it. I found it. Okuro Shonasuke. Took me forever. Bro, that just, when I first discovered that, it just like scratched an itch I didn't know I had. I was like, what is this? And I spent so long trying to find that again. I gotta save this. I was right. I knew it was Pride 13. Pride 13 opening ceremony. My brain was just saying Pride 13, Pride 13. But I kept pulling it up and it wasn't that thing. It's Kura Shonasuke. Shonasuke. He's playing the Susumi drums. That's why I was getting it wrong. I kept saying no drum, but it's Susumi drum, and it's the no theater style of music. What's up, Nero? All this to get demonized. That was cool. Found it!
beating the Suzume drum.
But see, they just start making fun of him.
Inspire the warrior spirit to come up so that the warrior will fight with his heart and soul. I heard so, yeah, it was officially used with the samurais. The samurais used
It's like, but I just wish they would shut up because they just talk over the whole thing and they just start making fun of the guy. And I'm like, that was cool. But yeah, I like was desperately trying to find like that style. I remember when I first started competing, I wanted, I made my own intro track. I remember using that type of music, and then it like and then I blended it into a Red Hot Chili Peppers song. I ended up just doing a different track because they wouldn't let me do like a self-created track. They wanted it to just be a song that the DJ could pull up. But making a community outreach event, hope publicity, attempt to try and get the hikes going. Hell yeah, Jaden. Demonetized. Oh yeah, demonized. I know, right? Yeah, definitely. Well, you know, I'm not monetized yet anyway, so it's all good. As long as we're just trying to get the watch hours right now. So as long as I don't get a strike on my channel, we're good. Save that. That took me way too long to find, though. Right? I hate that. Hell yeah, Jaden. The hell was that? I got something hanging out on me. Whoa. Oh yeah, anyways, the whole reason I went off on that was when we were talking about bagpipes, is that there's just certain sounds that I just feel like have like you know, it's just like ingrained in certain people's you know, their bones, and they don't even know that they like this sound, but it just like reacts to them differently, you know. So I feel like that's probably what bagpipe is like for Scottish people. Or anyone from that part of the world, you know. But yeah, when I think of bagpipe, it's like because the Thais use that for Muay Thai, so it's not a bagpipe, but it's something similar to a bagpipe. Petition Jaden would sign if I could. Oh. You've attempted to mutual combat you? That's terrible. But that's no reason to quit skating, right? I heard that you quit skating because of that. Now that's terrible. You know? I mean, I know that you had a bad experience and that's terrible, but it's no reason. You can't let that asshole win. But then again, I'm preaching the choir because I've had people be dicks to me and then I stopped doing something as a result too. So I totally get where you're coming from. You got this, Jaden. I know this is off topic, but I feel the water in my stomach. Oh man, I always weirdly like that feeling. You know, it's funny because just like I always get that working with that first sip of water. You feel it go down your pipes, and then you feel it in your belly, and it like swishes around. Now I'm gonna try and do it. I gotta clean this water thing out. It's got a certain taste to it. It's not good. I'm weird. I like. I always kind of like that swishy feeling. It's like you feel like blub 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 blub. I mean, it's not comfortable. Don't get me wrong. It's definitely not. It's not a good feeling. With significant influence, attempts to repair relations on both sides. Hell yeah, Jaden. Sounds like you got a good plan there. this water. I'm gonna do a deep clean on this guy later. There you go. At least you're focusing on what you're passionate about. I like to hear that. Hold on, I'm gonna put this stuff away. Hoo-yah! Be right back. Be right back, guys. Alright, I'm just gonna bring this party inside because I don't really need a. We got the homies here, so I like hanging out with the homies, but I don't really need to stand out here in the cold any longer. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna turn this off for a sec. We'll turn it back on. I gotta do some dishes. So that's what we're gonna do. Time to do the dishes. It's all part of the working out process. Zipper. Yeah. That's one thing I love about these live streams is they force me to be more productive than I normally would be. Normally I would say, fuck it, I'm just gonna leave the dishes overnight, but right now I'm just like, no! Let's set a better example for ourselves. Oh yeah. Oh my goodness. It looks like a big mess, but it's just a couple big pots. That's what it really is. Alrighty. These guys. Okay, where do these go? Got there for now. Ba-ba-bow. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-bow. Time for the dishes. 12 Miles Wild. I live on a rock. Oh, that's dope. Yeah, getting close, getting close. I kind of took a break for a few days, but we're back on the grind. Haven't been having the big numbers like I would hope. I've had a few days where it was just 3 hours of watch time, but you know, that's what happens when you. I was basically streaming like 24/7. Again, if I just do the nighttime, you know, basic sleep brawlhalla stream, I'll get the numbers up in no time. But I feel weird doing that. You know, I don't know why, because it clearly works. But you know, I realize that for the most part, people want me here and want me live, want me talking. Like, hello people. But yeah, I'm within the, like, I think it's like 269, something like that. 267. I think I was at 2733 earlier today. So I got to get to that
3,000. But again, once I hit it, it only just begins. Because then we got to get to the 4,000 mark. So that's why I always say too. It's all about just building up the community. Really, what I got to start doing is I got to make videos. And I used to be able to make shorts, and I would get like an automatic 1,000 views every short I make. Not anymore. I don't know what happened, but something switched with me and YouTube, and they do not promote my shorts anymore. So they don't promote my shorts. But I post a short now, and it gives me like, like 20 views. So I'm getting nothing there. So the only thing I'm getting now is from live streams. So just gotta keep at it, and like I said, I think I gotta start making some videos. So we'll start mixing things up. Seemed like way more than it actually was. Up and down a day, roughly 8-mile hike on the local news. Nice. Nice. Ooh. Maybe we'll make some popcorn here. I made some freaking incredible popcorn last night. See, the funny thing is, as soon as I sign off on the live stream, I literally just watch other live streams. Like last night, I signed off and I was just watching, I think I was watching Kick. I was watching Kick streamers. I'm just eating popcorn. That's why I prefer to be live, because then I'm actually working towards my own goals. Yeah, well, that's what I was trying to do. But yeah, again, I don't know what it is. I used to be able to just post a short and I would automatically get like 1.7K. Like, I would get pretty solid views. But recently, nada. But again, YouTube is always morphing and changing. So what worked for 6 months straight suddenly won't work at all. You gotta kind of just adapt. So it's all part of the process. So you can never get defeated, Thankfully with me and YouTube is that when I started, and even to this day, it's like I never thought I would actually get monetized or, actually have anyone watching it whatsoever. It always just seemed impossible. But you guys have made this dream come to reality. And, yeah, I'm in this weird in-between where it's like, because like I said, I kind of in between jobs now. And I'm kind of got that like back against the wall where it's like, if I don't make something happen, shit's gonna hit the fan here shortly, and I'm gonna not have any money for food or anything. So I gotta either go get a job, or, which I'm probably gonna have to do anyway. I mean, I already work other jobs too, but I just gotta wait. It's just not a lot of money, so I gotta just get more clients, gotta get back to doing the stuff I don't really enjoy doing, but that's part of work, That's what work's all about. That's why I always worked crap jobs, to kind of keep myself humble. Like, again, I used to freaking wash laundry for a freaking gym, and would get pricked by acupuncture needles. In no way is that my passion, but it's just something. Can you drink the dishwater? We could. Am I going to do it? Absolutely not. But it's definitely, it would probably get views, but how much do we really want to whore ourselves out? We got to ask ourselves that, right?
It's the beauty of life. What the world? Right, Nero? Like I said, they come out of the woodworks. He's Hat Mini. What is your profile picture? That's a funny profile picture. I like that cartoon. Hatman YouTube P. Uh-oh. Might have clogged the drain. There we go. More betterer. There's a lot of things you can do. He gets rid of them. Get the hell out of here. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. Yeah, that's why I appreciate you guys. I appreciate the authentic community we've been building here, because, you know, it's like as much as you need subs, it's like, who do you really? Oh, he's back. I'd also recommend pool water. Yes. Well, you're assuming I have a pool. That would be nice. If I had it, I'd probably drink some. See, next he's gonna go to toilet water. Jaden might appreciate this. Pichu! Pokemon! No, that's too far. Chlorine's fine, but piss water, no. No, I'm actually with you on that. Pokemon's gotta catch 'em all. It's you and me. Pokemons. My dad's girlfriend visited one time. She was using that cup, and I was like, bitch, that cup ain't for you. Get the hell away from that thing. Dooba-dooba-doo. Shabooba-da-boo-boo-boo. Pokemons. Oh, you're my best friend in a world we must have found. Pokemons. Gotta catch 'em all. Scrappy better best of me. There we go. I was like, why is that draining so slow? Zero. Hose water. Shout out to Hose Water. What's up, Reza? Good luck on your exam, dude. Never a pool. I mean, I've drank water from a pool, but not by choice. Just way too much time in the pool and being a terrible swimmer. I almost drowned when I was like 4 years old. I forgot about that till you just mentioned the pool water thing. It's weird how memories just pop up. That was one of those memories that stuck with me forever, because it was definitely a near-death experience. Because I remember I was at a pool party, and I stepped off. You know, they have kind of like the ledges on the pool, and I stepped off, and then I just realized I couldn't swim, and I was like going under. And I just remember there was like this one blonde kid who was older than me,
And everyone was just kind of like looking at me drown. They're just like, oh shit, he's fucking drowning. That's weird. And then I just remember, I think it was a mom or a dad, one of the parents just like pulled me out of the water. But yeah, I to this day, I'm a pretty bad swimmer. And that was always a big part of it. I just did not fuck with the water. I was like, no thank you. I'm good. I think a hard pass on that one, guys. Actually, I'm going to use that guy in a bit. Make some popcorn. Oh, you know what time it is? Ryan knows what time it is. I think it's salad time, you guys. I don't know if we've had our salad today. What game you playing, Jaden? Sorry. I'm busy washing the dishes. Oh, Minecraft. Nice. I still have yet to play Minecraft. I know it's one of the more popular of the video games. The video gaming world. Put that there. There. So. Bam. What it's a computer game though, right? It's on PlayStation 5 possibly. But I'm pretty selective with which games I play. I get really I don't know. So here's the thing with me and those type of games. I played Lego Fortnite and then even Power World were both those kind of like you could build your own worlds, you could build kind of games. Those games are dangerous for me because I will just play them obsessively. And all I'll do is just like, let me build a sky tower. Let me see how high we can climb on this map. And I'll just spiral all the way to the top of the map until it ends. And it takes like, days. But yeah, I used to do that a lot. So, washing the dishes. Might be time to make our favorite food here shortly. Oh, forgot to wash this guy. This guy definitely needs a good wash. Use it every day.
La-di-da-da-da. We are washing dishes. Yeah, I had a big old pile of dishes. So I didn't really feel like standing outside anymore. So I was like, let me just dish cleaning stream. Exactly. Didn't really feel like turning off the stream because we got all the homies here. But also, I didn't really feel like just standing outside in the cold. Also, my back was starting to hurt just standing there. I was like, nah, this is probably a good time to mix things up. It's a different type of workout. I missed, I'm on top chat on this chat, so I gotta change things up here. The only bummer with live streaming for me is that I don't really listen to music when I'm on live stream. But if I was off live stream, as much as I would like to say I would listen to music, a lot of times I'm just watching other live streamers or watching YouTube videos. So it was just, I would have the option of listening to music. So at some point I'm going to start wearing headphones so I can just jock out. Do I live alone? Sometimes. Sometimes I have family here, sometimes I don't. Do I have a loved one? Sure. Sure, why not? I'm all alone. There's no one here beside me. My troubles have all gone. There's no one to derive me. So you gotta have friends. Harriet Potter and the Stone. Exactly. Yeah, Shrek. I honestly forgot what that reference is until you said that, and I remembered it's Donkey. Washing the sink, washing the dishes, and washing the sink.
difference there. Ooh, that got nasty. Hey-o. Hey now. There we are. Right? I've never seen one of Roberto's messages get retracted. That is very alarming. What happened, Roberto? Who hurt you? El Pepper. Right? We were all glad we're not a jabroni dragon, or we would be done for. All right. Actually, I cut these. I normally do a different cut, but I feel like doing this today. I'm gonna do a bowl. I'm gonna do this. It's salad time, you guys. Salad time with the bros. Get the shit out of here. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
everything back in the bag. Ay, 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 ay. Wipe down. Oh yeah. Our rotors are salad. Get some of that in there. Delicious dressing. Come on, open up. There we go. A splash of that. Beverage of choice. Means a little non-alcoholic brewski, aka sparkling water. It's a non-alcoholic brewski without the brewski. Is this all we want? Extra protein. That in there for some reason. Spice. Spice of life. Heck, I don't have any forks. The heck is my forks? The heck are my forks? Let's do this. Shake her up. Shake her up. Man. Oh yeah. Oops. Well, that didn't work. There we go. Last but not least. This cheese from these nutritional yeast. And now we have ourselves a salad.
Bam. Oh no! Why does that go? Ow! Don't mind me. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Now we are talking. It's not a party until we have our salad, right? Alright. I'm sure I missed some things in the chat. What's up, guys? Welcome back, Zach. Hey, Greenie's back. Appreciate you, Greenie. Can you do a recap of what's in the salad? We got bell peppers. I have some dried edamame. I have some red onions, spinach. I topped it with some nutritional yeast. And for dressing, I did some Greek dressing with a little bit of balsamic glaze. And then I had like leftover pack of this like spicy cashews. And so I just threw that in there. Oops, I just spilled it in there. We'll wipe her down. Oh yeah. Woo! The spicy cashew mix definitely gave it a kick. Oh my goodness. I realized how hungry I was for salad. Oh yeah. Appreciate you, Nero. Have a good one, brother. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, that's funny. You might be. Yes. I got one of these like beer cozy things. I love it because it actually keeps my drink cold. Oh, Roberto, no. I think you might be hungry too. You know, there's one guy who always pops in the chat. He's just like, suddenly appears behind Joku and puts 73 hair clips in his hair. And I'm like, what the shit was that? Man, but I've never been with a guy who eats salad. Well, you have been missing out, because salad's where it's at. That means you've never dated a man. I knew a guy in high school where he claimed, he took pride in this too. He said he's never eaten a vegetable. And homie was built like Gollum. Vegetable and cheese submarine sandwich. I like it. I love that you call it a submarine sandwich. I never been with a marinated salad either. We're all learning things about each other tonight. I remember going on dates with men, no, with women, and I would want to order a salad, and they would order like I don't know, whatever the hell they'd order, and they get like upset with me for ordering a salad. I'm like, I'm sorry, I like salad. I ordered a big ass salad. It was like a $20 salad or some shit, you know? It wasn't like some small thing. I love salad bars. I would love to go to places with salad bars. Sadly, COVID ended most of those. I had to sneak veggies in like a kid. Another thing, I feel like my love for salad definitely exploded in high school. No, I've always loved salad. One of my favorite foods growing up, even as a little kid, was Chinese chicken salad. So when I was a kid, my mom was sick. And she was very health conscious. And so, yeah, I was always very health conscious. I was extremely healthy when I was high school. I remember, so I wouldn't even eat salad. I would just take heads of iceberg lettuce and just munch on that. And even before training, my MMA gym, the other guys would be like drinking their pre-workout or whatever. We had like a grocery store across the street from our gym. So I'd run across the street and go buy a bag of spinach. And then I would just munch on spinach before training. And it always gave me this weird psychological edge on everyone else in the training room. Because they just thought I was a psychopath. Like, why are you eating before training? Why are you eating spinach? And I was like, bro, Popeye. Has no one seen Popeye before? You know, I would have a better training session than anyone in there. And I swear it just psyched them out. It was just like seeing me just like munching spinach from a bag. They're like, what the fuck? I remember the only guy similar to that was I had a buddy who, he also competed with me at the same time, same cards as I did. And he used what he called his meat bag. And he would just have a bag of like, it was like salami and like steak and sausage, just weird types of meat. He would just have a bag of meat that he would eat before training. You're just like, what the fuck is wrong with this guy? So it was kind of a similar thing. Popeye the One-Eyed Sailor, looking for his Bo Peep. No, I grew up on Popeye, so I believe in that. Oh yeah. That was good ass salad. That was some good salad. Oh, I gotta take out the recyclables. 1 second, folks. 1 second. Excuse me. Delicious. Deliciousness. All right. Whoop. What? What? Oh. Hey. Oh. Hey. Hey. Oh. Fruit and vegetables. Think it helps your health. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I should eat more fruit. I love smoothies. I always have a it used to be like a mixed berry smoothie, but I haven't been to the store, so all I have left is blueberries and a little bit of frozen raspberries. So I've been doing like a raspberry blueberry smoothie. And then for protein, I don't do any protein powders anymore. For protein in my smoothie, I just use walnuts. And so I swear that thing is good for your brain. Good for your brain sauce. Kind of feel like making some popcorn. Popcorn is a little nighttime treat. I have a special way of making popcorn. I don't know if anyone else does it this way. Flesher Bros. Andrew is going all water boy. Yeah, Andrew just does his thing. I don't really question Andrew. All we need to know about Andrew is every day is his birthday. Happy birthday, Andrew! I remember the first time we were doing that, he got so upset. He was like, "It's not my birthday!" Yes, it is, Andrew. Don't be shy. We all know it's your birthday. Oh. Oh, my neck. No, I think it was his birthday. Like honestly, I think it probably is his birthday now. Like the other day or something, because he said like a month ago. He's like, "My birthday's next month." Like Andrew, come on, Andrew. Don't be shy. I know you get bashful on your birthday. Oh, sprinkle with cheese dust. See, I do it with the nutritional yeast. I don't have cheese dust. Use some of this bad boy. Some Bragg's. It's probably way too much oil, but it's okay. Just sizzle and pop. Yeah, I would have thought cheese dust was Bragg's and soy sauce is a great call. What I always do with the soy sauce, oh man, you're making me think I should probably do that. So this is what I've been doing lately is first we heat up the oil, then I add garlic salt. So I take garlic salt and I put it in the oil before I add the in fact, I'm going to take off my hoodie because it's going to get everywhere. So what I like to do is I add the garlic salt to the oil. Just that heat up there. It's like a nacho seasoning. Kikkoman soy sauce or no deal. Let's see if I have Kikkoman. I think I do.
This is how you know I like my soy sauce. This is the soy sauce container I use. Whoa, hello. Jesus, there wasn't even a fucking thing in there. What the hell is that? Something just popped. Let's see if that pops. Alright, I think I might have overheated this oil already. It's a very fine balance. You gotta kind of do this. It's an art form. You can hear it's kind of snap, crackling, popping. We don't really want that. I'm feeling it's gonna splash me in a second. Oh Jesus, what the fuck is going on in here? I probably shouldn't have had water. I should have dried this thing off before I used it. There we go. Reaching the hot oil, that's always a smart call. Ooh, that's hot. Alright, so now, take a little of this garlic salt. And I'm going to... Whoa, that's way too much. Alright, I fucked up already. It's okay. It's okay. Take that. Take that. That's probably way too much corn. Alright, I already fucked it up, guys. Whatever. Still gonna eat it. Rock my world. He's over here singing Michael Jackson's. It's always a fun process. Oh, it's starting to pop. Starting to pop. Prepare our bowl. Oh, yeah. Okay, now it starts to explode out. We gotta cover it. It's like Jiffy Pop without the Jiffy. Oh yeah, listen to that now. Gonna heat it off, let it keep popping. Okay, it's probably gonna burn here shortly. Oh yeah! Woo! Hello. Hello. See, all that excess salt kind of just creates up. It's still popping. All right, now we gotta be quick. Sprinkle a little bit more. Come on, let's try it and make sure. A little bit more salt. And then the magic sauce.
Voila! Magic popcorn. Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. 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 Delicious. Mm-hmm. Greenie, you want some? Kikomon would be good. Mm-hmm. Ooh, Valentine on lime. That does sound good. Running a different server. Oh yeah. Whoop. Mm-hmm. What's up, Simone? How you doing? We're having a hardcore workout right now. I'm munching this popcorn. Mm-hmm. Shout out you guys hanging out. Mm-hmm. Let's see. Check one thing. Ooh. The stream just passed the cooking stream. The cooking stream had 385 views. We just hit 387 on this one. Yes. Mm-hmm. As entertaining as watching me eat popcorn is, I fear it may be time here pretty soon to call it evening. Although we are having a lot of people here, so shout out to you guys. This is a modern day entertainment. This is a hardcore workout, you guys. You don't even realize. This is why we work out, so we can enjoy some popcorn. Probably wondering why I'm eating it so daintily. I used to just shovel it fistfuls in my face. Until one time I got a popcorn kernel stuck in my gum. And now I'm much more careful. I learned my lesson. Mm-hmm. Top quality content, right? Well, it's certainly real. It's most certainly real. Exactly. These are popcorn eating techniques 101. Uh-oh. Oh my gosh. Freaked me out for a second. I couldn't find my car keys. I was like, oh no, that's a way to end the night. Lose our damn keys. Mm-hmm. There we go. Mm-hmm. Gracias. Server hop away. I accidentally scrolled to another live stream, and it's literally this guy just running as the Hulk. I think this is GTA, and he's just running from King Kong. I see this guy all the time. It's just literally just what it is. It's just him as the Hulk running from King Kong. Man. Quite the world we're living in, right, guys? All right. Yeah, hi. I think I'm with you guys. Greenie, I love you. Jaden, Haya, I love all you guys. I gotta say I love all of you. Greenie, I love you. Haya, I love you. Jaden, I love you. Obi, I love you. Andrew, you get back in the garage. Roberto, I love you. I'm just guessing he's here. We'll be back on soon. Like I said, I could even turn on freaking Brawlhalla to keep the game together, but I think I'm just gonna sit here and enjoy my popcorn and do the thing with the stuff. You know what I mean? Appreciate you, Haya. You're the best, dude. Thank you all so much for hanging out tonight. Once again, killer workout stream. Obviously, we're not picking out on popcorn. I love that. Actually made it inside for once. Yeah, it's pretty much... Greenie, you read my mind. That's pretty much what I'm going to do. So, I could do it right in front of you guys, but it feels weird. I just can't read your chat. Here, we'll stay live for a bit. You know, actually what I'm going to do is, it's weird doing it on stream, but I have my headphones in, so it really doesn't matter. I'm just going to do it anyway. I like seeing what the other live streamers are up to. What are these guys up to? What is everyone doing? Plus, I'm eating popcorn in a way that would piss me off if I was watching me eat popcorn like this. That's kind of why I want to turn it off. I'm eating like individual kernels of popcorn. Pissing myself off watching it, but I have to protect my teeth. That's really what it is. I love popcorn, but the kernels get stuck in my teeth. So we'd have to develop new techniques on popcorn consumption. But what's Greenie see? I usually do that until I knock out and laugh at memes that are not funny at all. Right? No, I feel you. I'm literally watching Ray J train for a boxing match. You know. Welcome to the internets. This is the thing. Once we have all the homies here, I never want to sign off. So, this is why I always say I need to be on live stream. You guys make me a better person. Like, look, I did my dishes. We had a great salad. You know, kind of worked out, but really it was just hanging out with you guys. When I'm not live, I'm just watching Ray J, train boxing. Why? I can do anything else with my time. But it's this. It's this thing. Ray J catching strays, Adrian Broner coming back too. See, Haya knows exactly what I'm watching right now. Well, there's Ray J. Yeah, you know what's up. You know what's up. See, that's the thing. I do the exact opposite of what. Well, you know what's funny too is that we've been doing kind of a locking in a little bit, but that's their whole thing right now. They're doing they're literally lock-in-a-thon. What do you got here? Time for a Raid Shadow Legends ad. Yes, there we go. We need Raid Shadow Legends. The palm of your hand. Exactly. Alright. So, anyways, thank you guys. I will be back on tomorrow morning. I'm going to fall asleep. Wake back up. Do it again. So, yeah. Greenie. Best Spider-Man villain. What's the best Spider-Man villain? I mean, does Venom count as a villain? He's like Spider-Man's polar opposite, right? I always like Carnage. But again, does Carnage count as a Spider-Man villain or is he a Venom villain? He's Spider-Man. Oh, Doc Ock. Yeah, he's great. Or Man Spider. Has anyone watched the new Spider-Man Noir? I do want to watch that. It looks pretty good. I'm a spider. I'm a spider, Janet. I'm a spider. Come on, Janet. I'm just a spider. Just a spider, Janet. Yeah, once the stream devolves into me just sitting here eating popcorn, doom scrolling, I think that's probably a good time to turn things off. But I'm hanging out with Greenie, so I enjoyed that. The power of the sun in the palm of your hands. Exactly. Oh, is that a Spider-Man villain? See, now you're doing a Spider-Man quote. I totally forgot. In terms of the movies, Willem Dafoe's Green Goblin. I don't know if you can top that. I love that they brought it back, too. Alright, well, now we're bringing mothers into this, so that's probably a good time to turn this off. We'll have none of that. Greenie's here. Greenie, I love you. Greenie, I hope you have a great night. I want to just keep doom scrolling with Greenie. Someone just came in and started talking about moms. I go, fuck you! Now, because of that, I'm just going to do this. Broca. Yeah. This guy gets it. Haya's on him. I thought Haya went to bed. He went, whoop. Lightning strike. Love you, Haya. I feel indestructible with Haya around. You just like, boom! They just like turn into like a. That's how I imagine it. Children could be here, sir. Exactly. We have none of that. All right. I'm gonna let you go to sleep because I need your protection. So I need you at full capacity next time we reunite. So love you guys. Thank you so much for hanging out. You guys are the best. Greeny, enjoy the doom scrolling. Tactical annihilation. Jaden, keep being awesome. Good luck with all your endeavors that you're doing with the hiking and stuff. Whatever your next thing is. I know I missed a lot of stuff here tonight. But I was doing things with the stuff. Shaka bra. Appreciate y'all. You guys are the best. Everyone have a great night. I will see you tomorrow. And if I don't, have a great weekend. Love you guys. Peace. I'm out.